Hello everyone. You know who this is. Yet you have absolutely no idea. Of course.
Wow. Somebody gonna be famous. Real famous.
I sit here writing to you now with my exceptionally long penis buried deeply and warmly into my vagina butt.
Isn't that neat?
Charlie Hunter 77 has joined the game.
Call 911. This place needs to be swatted. It's obnoxious.
You have a bully cabal.
You don't find people being bullied into suicide on 4chan.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
Okay, if he says any more bad words, I'm gonna hang up on him. He doesn't own Kiwi Farm, and he died less than me. A little kid named Moon owns Kiwi Farm.
How do they make this more and more epic every time? We're defend ourselves.
I'm sorry, I'm a soy-filled bitch and like your videos.
Aim. If we get Donald Trump just to tweet out, I mean, just a tweet that mentions the hashtag Gamergate, it doesn't even necessarily matter how we use it. Man, the blue check marks are going to shit their fucking pants.
It's 2019. I can't believe anybody believes in a spinning fucking ball of water.
True. I bet you when Jim finds out, he's gonna just give me so much shit.
One never knows when the homosexual is about.
I've had over 1,000 rejections in real life, 2,000 rejections online, so that's 3,000 rejections total. I aim as low as possible. I aim for obese women, ideally ugly and obese. I would do anything just for a 300-pound ugly white girl.
I said it's not even hot outside. You are not allowed to bring her to the hospital. No, you get no permission to fucking do it.
You gotta be kidding. It's just like this declaration, right, of male dominance.
Put that in your pipe.
I definitely cheated on Super Mario with Sonic the Hedgehog.
Stop doing this stuff.
He's like the blue seductress who takes me out into the night and does wonderful things to me.
Enough! Stop!
How can a Yorkshire Terrier live in the wild? It's in plain sight, but you just don't see it. You know what I mean?
天上太阳，风呀风通通美，心中比太阳是毛泽东美。哈哈，让我们的解放美，这里百姓当家做主人，一呀一自由，该呀这个话，这里百姓当家做主人。天上太阳，风呀风通通美，心中比太阳是毛泽东美。哈哈，听到我们奋勇前进嘞，革命江山一片风美，一呀一自由，该呀这个话，革命江山一片风。天上太阳，风呀风风东北，心中比太阳是毛泽东美。看到我们奋勇前进嘞，革命江山一片风美。嗦啦啦嗦一里呀，一片红梅。
You were picking on a guy weaker than you, weren't you, Jim?
I might say it's because you're a loser who's playing to an audience of children.
Hey, how's everybody doing tonight? I'm gonna turn this down, transition here. Hey, so, my guest is running a little bit behind, but tonight we're gonna be doing kind of a different show. I've got my first ever interview is gonna be happening tonight. We're going to be talking with Mr. Sen, also known as Senpai is Home. Kind of known for a couple reasons around the internet very recently. Had a past scandal recently re-exposed just by some former friends, I guess I could say. I don't know. We're going to ask him a little bit about some of that. Let's see. Sorry about that. I just wanted to change screens. So we're going to ask him about that. I've also got a little bit different setup going. So I changed over. I've got my earbuds going because I wanted to be a lot more comfortable for this conversation. So hopefully you guys can hear me just fine. But yeah, so I'm going to give you some context beforehand on Mr. Sen, what's recently gone on. Let me change over to this while we're waiting for Mr. Sen to come on. Like I said, it'll probably be, give or take 20 minutes. So let's see, we're going to go here. So there was one particular video that we could watch while we're waiting to get ready for the whole Mr. Sen situation. By the way, I watched all this stuff to get ready, but we can watch this
Mr. Sen is
right here. So this gentleman is going to get brought up in our conversations today. His name is TJV. This is Mr. Sen, if you aren't familiar with his avatar. TJV and Mr. Sen kind of were in close association with each other for a little bit. They're both from that kind of commentary side of YouTube, just like me, but they kind of cover a little bit different stuff. Mr. Sen has got quite a decent sized channel. Bet you we can go here. I'm just gonna sorry. So let's see if we can pull up Mr. Sen's channel.
Hey, what's up, guys? I just wanted to drop a
So as you can see, Mr. Sen's got about 20.5 thousand subscribers. He's been making content for a while. Does live streams, but also does videos as well. He kind of does similar to me, just a lot better, where he cuts out some of his videos from his live streams. He also has some dedicated videos. Kind of got a little bit of hate put on him for going after lyrics, maybe a little too hard. Again, something I'm very interested in talking to him about. But I kind of wanted to get some of the background for you guys. So what we'll do is we'll throw this on 1.5, not full screen. God, everything's been just working against me.
Lolly in sexually charged conversations. Back in 2019, Mr. Sen was nearly 19 years. Mr. Sen has been exposed for liking Lolly and using
Hopefully you
Lolly
guys
in
can hear
sexually
that
charged
just fine.
conversations. Back in 2019, Mr. Sen was nearly 19 years old. Mr. Sen had sexually charged conversations with a Discord account that went by the name of Kitty. Kitty ended up being Jared, a guy in his mid-30s. According to a video from Steve Believe, this Jared guy went by many different personas and often did this.
Well, then you've never met Jared. Jared goes by many online identities from different ages to different ethnicities. It seems like Jared is everyone but himself.
Jared, aka Kitty, in these DMs ended up sending a lot of images of Lolly to Sen, where Sen had a lot of sexual responses back to these images. Even one of these screenshots showing that Sen did send a photo of Lolly back to the Kitty account, aka Jared. This stuff happened back in 2019, and according to a DM that Sen sent me, it was a one-time occurrence. He hadn't heard of the term anime CP at that point. And later, when me and Sen had a call, he explained that it was just a one-time occurrence. There is nothing else on him besides these DMs. It never ended up happening again, and there's gonna be no other DMs out there of him doing it again. And that he explained it was a dumb decision. He didn't really know any better at the time, even though he was an adult. Crow recently called out Sen for not only this, but lying about the situation, because Sen was going on for a long time lying, saying that that account wasn't his. It was somebody else who owned that account, who had the DMs with the Kitty person, aka Jared. Crow and the rest of his crew were also also calling out Sen for the hypocrisy, because Sen is a commentary channel who calls out people for very similar situations that he himself was involved in. And this leads me to the video I'm making here today. You guys pretty much just got the TLDR in the intro of this video. You guys know what Sen did. Sen lied about this for a long time. He's gone on many channels and live streams to continue to lie about this, affecting people around him. It even affects me a little bit because people are calling me out for being best buds or friends with Sen, which I never was friends at all with Sen. I never considered myself friends with Sen at any given point. Were we loosely associated? Yes, because we hopped on each other's streams to talk about the same topic every once in a while. But I was not anywhere nearly associated with Sen as the original people part of Crow and his crew. I'm not nearly as associated with Sen as other individuals online are. I just purely know him because he's a commentary channel and we talk about the same topics. Going forward, I will not be associating with Sen at all because I believe the actions he did back in 2019 are disgusting, immoral, and not something I want to align myself with at all. I consistently call out people for being PDF files, and in my eyes, anyone who's attracted to Lolly, which it seemed like he was in those DMs, I consider them PDF files as well. My quick explanation for this, because I know some people are going to have a problem comparing lolicon people to PDF files, my quick explanation to this is that if you're attracted to kids, regardless if it's an art form, anime, drawings, cartoons, whatever, you're still attracted to kids. You're still attracted to the idea of a kid doing something very inappropriate that you shouldn't be thinking of them doing. And the literal definition.
Okay, I just wanted to pause right there. So you kind of got a little bit of TLDR already, but Jim was saying in chat, he's like, he thinks it's just how hard Mr. Sen kind of went at lyrics with the whole thing, while he's getting a lot of blowback right now. And, you know, that I could kind of maybe sort of agree with. I kind of want to get to it at some point, and I'll explain all that, my 2 cents on it. I think that Mr. Sen was trying to maybe lead by example in a way there, but it's a little hard to explain without going into the whole context of that. So, but I really quickly, I want to get through this. We got about 15-ish minutes before Mr. Sen's going to be on. So, I just want to cover this. This is going to give us a really good preface on everything. But as you already heard, TJ here, he's kind of disavowed, broke off away from Mr. Sen since all of this has happened. Now, that's his choice. I don't blame him. I mean, I will throw in my opinions as I get there. I don't want to kind of really ruin anything beforehand, but I do have some ideas that might change some people's perspective on things. You know, maybe you're not going to change anything. You know, maybe you're still going to feel the exact same way you already do about Mr. Sen once you're done with this, but who knows? Give me a chance. We got a lot to go through. There's a lot of hypocrisy and controversy to cover, and it's gonna be a little bit of a roller coaster, I think, for some people. Maybe never. Not everybody's like seeing all of everything out there. It's a lot, let me tell you. And then having to go through it multiple times, it's a lot, let me tell you.
Definition of being a pedophile is being attracted to kids. I mean, this isn't that hard to understand. So yes, in my opinion, lolicon, if you're into lolly, whatever, you're attracted to kids in a cartoon form. You're attracted to kids in a drawing form. You are a PDF file. That is my opinion. So yes, by default, I think Sen is a PDF file. You have a different opinion, fine, agree to disagree. But I am going to be moving on to the next thing. Sen and I did have conversations afterwards, but I was very clear to Sen about going forward. I will be cutting ties with him. I expressed this and I was honest to Sen, and Sen seemed to be honest back. Yes, we did have one last call per his request where we did talk about a lot of this stuff, but at the same time, I was also asking Sen for any sort of information about Crow and all of them knowing about it sooner, because this video is not just about Sen. It is also about Crow, Aura, Toy Bounty Hunters, Steve DeLeve, Aura's wife, Kayla, all of them. It's about them as well, because these guys, these scumbags, have known about it for so long, but decided to now do it because Sen was beefing with Toy Online and Crow got involved, and then Crow threatened to come out of retirement just because of a little skirmish on Twitter. That's what set Crow over the edge. Crow's job on the internet was calling out people for doing terrible things. You have this guy named Mr. Sen, or just Sen, and 3+ years ago, you make a live stream talking about those DMs, but you're laughing and you're joking.
No, nothing at all. And at the end, this is gonna be me and you. Fuck.
Like, it's just like, oh, do you die in like X months? And then this is gonna be you. It's like, what?
Shut up, bitch.
Then you invite him on, and then you guys are reading the DMs, having Sen take over his DMs, and then having like Aura read the kitty DMs.
That animal guy is creepy. He did a review of a children's movie completely naked. Kiwi doxed him, lol.
You keep changing your name. You must really be into this roleplay shit.
And my voice.
You should have been like, why are you buying TV stands when you need to pay off your phone?
I was gonna say,
shut up, bitch.
And then you're still laughing, and you're still making jokes about it. And then Crow claims in that original stream he doesn't believe Sen is a PDF file at all.
And yeah, I'm roasting Sen. I'm laughing about it.
Yeah, I laugh with him too about it. I laugh with him. Yeah.
But I'm not trying to put out this video in which I say sense of pedo.
And Crow saying that 3+ years ago is consistent to this day because Crow isn't even certain on what his own beliefs are.
If you are into those images, if you do trade in that craft or whatever you want to call it, then it is the gateway to being a pedophile, right? Those are Sen's words. Those are not my words. I don't think I would go that far unless you are saying creepy shit about kids like fucking Vouch does, or trying to justify being attracted to it. Well, you know, maybe I will agree with Sen. Well, we will have to see about that.
Why is he talking about this if he hasn't came to a consensus on whether or not people who like lolly are pedophiles or not? I would love a straight answer out of Crow if he thinks that or not. But what it actually is him just dodging so he doesn't have to make the comparison, because apparently it's such a bad thing to say that people who like lolly or people who are lolicons are pedophiles. I don't know why there's any hesitation with just saying that people who enjoy lolly are also pedophiles. Regardless, let's move on to Aura and his wife Kayla. They sit here and they have actively sat here and defended this guy named Connor, aka McDaddy, who has also...
Oh yeah, Jim, by the way, it's gonna be real fun when we get into talking about, you know, Lord Twyton, all of the Crow individuals, Toy Bounty Hunter. I'm trying not to use real names here. I know they get used on previous shows. I'm going to try and refer to people as their screen names. So TJV, we'll be talking about a little bit here. I've got some justice to deal out for him that his ears did not deceive him at one point. So I think it's going to be very fun to point that out, because that's something I've not disclosed to anybody, even in my chat. I also am going to go through and show just exactly how things could work the way that Sen had claimed when it came to the whole chat situation. And I'm going to show some in-depth proof there, just so that, you know, people like me, the boomers, have their fucking proof and understand how things work. But yeah, there's these guys, the Crows of Judgment, they're not the fucking good guys here. There's a lot of hypocrisy. There's a lot of like just backstabby stuff and all sorts of shit going on, gay ops, everything.
Also been catfished to thinking he was talking to a 15-year-old, where McDaddy sat here and says, I don't care about age, it's just a number. Instant red flag there that this guy is probably a creep and a pedophile. On top of this, later on, when he thought this person was 15, he expressed that his fantasy is a rape fantasy. Even more of a red flag right there to be talking to a 15-year-old.
My mic and every electronic I touch, I swear tonight, is not cooperating with me. But we are kind of, I got some questions for the whole McDaddy situation when we get to the whole Sen, talking with MrSen on this. That whole thing sketches me out how much people knew about that and were covering stuff up, were a little bit like, I don't know, underhanded, maybe one could say, in the background, in how they actually went about things and tried to bury things and knew about things for almost as long as this whole exposed MrSen situation has been going on, which I will show you. That timeline is fucking nuts. We're talking about 3 fucking years back. Actually more than that, because this happened in 2019 from what I can understand. So we're talking 4 years now. That's why when you hear Crow talk about 4 and 3 years ago and all that, that's how long we're talking. This was back in 2019 was the original exposed situation and all that, where all of this stuff came from.
Who you think is a 15-year-old and be saying stuff like this. Here's a couple tweets of Aura and both Kayla defending McDaddy, or at least downplaying anybody calling him out. Here is Sen asking Aura if it was just him off his meds on why he was acting so creepy like this and having DMs like this and having this type of behavior. And Aura just acts like he's not so sure about it, but it could be maybe. Right here is Steve DeLeve and Sen also having a DM conversation right here, saying, so if you guys want to be friends with the dude who laughs about deceiving you while literally getting caught for doing the same crap that EDP did, you guys do. LOL, I'm not gonna fight with my girlfriend at the time over that. Sen asks you guys, who's you guys? Steve says, go look yourself. I'm so sick of talking about Connor to people. Connor, aka McDaddy. If you don't want to look at the evidence, I don't know what to tell you. I know how to cross-reference and see where there's context missing. Connor's own account to me is sus AF, Aura, Kayla, Crow, Sushi. I don't know if you're for that too. I'm not friends with Connor. I guess his name is McDaddy is what Sen ended up saying. Barely know or have interacted with him. Steve DeLeve ends up replying saying, yeah, McDaddy, there's others, but it's been a while. YouTube made great again. Some others. Again, Steve sitting here pretty much saying that yes, the rest of the crew, Aura, Crow, all of them are okay with McDaddy, okay with Connor. They're friends with the guy. There's actual proof right here of Kayla and Aura defending the guy, going to back for the guy, and these are the people who called out Sen, the same people who worked with the guy, collaborated with the guy, had them part of the group. On the OG stream, there's somebody down in the comments calling out, wait, you're working with the guy, you're making videos with the guy, you're streaming with the guy? Dude, these guys think that they're doing the good thing by calling them out, but dude, you lied about it for years. You defended the guy, you protected the guy. Then this McDaddy guy shows up, and Aura and Kayla are going to bat for that guy. And according to Steve, the entire group was friends with Connor and McDaddy. Oh, and it gets even worse. It ain't just Steve sitting here and stepping away from McDaddy. Steve also wanted to protect his friend Maya. Here's a couple bad messages that Maya ended up sending. Some pretty weird and gross things here. And right here is Steve saying, shaking my head, Maya was just trolling. Really, Steve? Messages like this, and you're gonna say she was just trolling. Even if she was just trolling, people who troll like this are still disgusting people. If you think it's okay for people to sit here and portray themselves like this just because they want to troll, Steve, you have a lot of work to do in that whole department. I hope you come around to learning that, hey, people just shouldn't troll about that sort of thing. It's kind of disgusting. It's not funny at all. It's not humorous to hear people say stuff like this at all. So again, it seems like these people just really don't care about anything that anyone associated with them or any friends, anyone that they like. They'll turn a blind eye to that. They'll sit here and ignore it, or they'll actively go out and defend it and protect it. But now all of a sudden they've had a change of heart. Now all of a sudden they have to call out Sen. Now all of a sudden they have to go against
Oh,
Sen
I didn't know that
Sen
playback was turned off. I'm sorry.
On Twitter,
I didn't know that,
Bro had to
Darcy.
say, hey,
I'm
don't make me
still
come out of
new to
retirement,
this
come
whole
after you.
stream
So
thing.
this is what this is all about, really. You know, this is.
But to touch on your point, so sitting out of context here, it says that I'm just going to say this. The people that are saying that Sen's friends feel betrayed, that's a lie. All of us are fine. I don't know anyone who is hurt or feeling betrayed. I don't, neither do all of Sen's feel betrayed by Sen. So that's just kind of adding a little context there. So Sen's friends are not really feeling betrayed by this whole situation. Hopefully they feel a little maybe vindicated by some of the stuff that I found and I'm going to show. Who knows? Like I said, it may change, it may not change. Your opinion on Mr. Sen after all this. I'm not looking this way. I'm just looking to show you all the stuff that I found. And I found a lot. And I mean a lot. Like, whole reasons for this shit being thrown out there are fake. Let me tell you.
It's just about getting even with another guy. You're not doing this to warn people or to protect people that are close to Sen that Sen has been actively lying to. You're not doing it for anything like that. You're doing it because you have hatred for the guy and it only built up more when he was going after you. I'm not protecting or defending Sen here. What he did is goddamn awful. If I would have known about this a long time ago, it would have been out right away. I wouldn't have sat here and hesitated to talk about any of this, and I would have directly confronted him right away. What Crow, you, and everyone else did is you guys laughed and joked about all this and made a nice friendly environment for him to come join, where there was absolutely zero pressure on him at all to have to sit here and be honest or to explain or anything. Yes, I get it. He's a grown adult and he's responsible for his own actions. I agree with that 100%. Since you guys were so friendly and jokey and laughy with him anyways, no wonder he lied about it years later. No wonder he's been going around saying that it's not him, because he feels like he can get away with it.
I've
Control,
noticed
you
that.
idiots. He made all you scumbags look stupid. More stupid than you guys already actually look like. Crow, last time I made a video on you, I brought up your wife saying that she wouldn't appreciate you acting like a fool on the internet. I'm gonna bring her up again. I doubt.
And by the way, Darcy, you didn't miss much. I've just been going over this video, which you guys could see down in the bottom left. TJV. TJ's got this brief little video. It kind of does a really good quick recap of the whole situation for Mr. Sen and what's happened kind of up to this point. TJ's actually got a couple different short videos out there, as well as a couple streams, and he's been on a couple streams that'll be mentioned a little bit later once we get to that point in the whole context of everything. But yeah,
she would like you sitting here going to bat and
all the
being
people
friends
that
with
don't
people
do
like
the
this.
same
Yet you did it for
thing.
many years. You have also openly lied about this. I'm sure your wife doesn't
Little
appreciate you being a liar.
lyrics.
Let's pull up
Yeah.
you being a liar right here. Crow lie saying he never saw Sen send Lolly at all.
I could understand that to some extent, Senny.
And do that stuff, right? But
The lyrics thing, like I said, I'll get to that. I've got my own opinion on
the part
that.
where I was like, that's where you get me.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be talking over the video. But yeah, I've got my own opinion on that. I've got a lot of stuff. And that's the other thing is I didn't want this to be a big Spurg section like it's been with some of the other stuff when it comes to Mr. Sen. I felt like that's just disingenuous. And it's kind of, yeah, you're not really getting much out there because one thing I've become familiar with watching Mr. Sen, especially through all this stuff, is that if you really start pushing them the way that some of these people have been with making accusations and throwing things out there, all you're going to get is a bunch of yes, KYS's, and a couple other fun things. So I think this is going to be very interesting. Hopefully I answer everybody's questions. If you got any questions that like I've maybe not gotten to yet or anything when we get into the interview, feel free to throw stuff in the chat. If I got time, I'll try and read it out probably once I get into the interview. I've got a lot to go through, but I will be keeping an eye on chat and I'll try and get your questions in.
That's where you fucking get me.
Really? You never saw him sit here and send any pictures of Lolly? Here's the original stream from 3+ years ago, where you're actively seeing him do it.
There you go. That was the line we left off.
Well, and this is the fun thing though too, because it's like, because Sen posted that same Lolly pic or whatever, so it's like he had to save that to his phone.
He did.
He did.
It's on his phone.
He didn't.
It's on his phone.
I never saw that Sen was actually saving the lolicon and sending it back to Jared.
And this is the same stream you claim that he's not a pedophile.
Jesus Christ,
changing
the opinion.
This is the same stream that ended up leading to you guys collaborating and you bringing him to be part of the group.
And yeah, I'm roasting Sen. I'm laughing about it.
Yeah, I laugh with him too about it. I laugh with him. Yeah.
But I'm not trying to put out this video in which I say Sen's a pedo.
Here's Crow not being certain on whether or not Lolly means, you know, pedophile or not. He's like kind of conflicted on that whole matter.
If you are into those images, if you do trade in that craft or whatever you want to call it, then it is the gateway to being a pedophile, right? Those are Sen's words. Those are not my words. I don't think I would go that far unless you are saying creepy shit about kids like fucking Vouch does or trying to justify being attracted to it. Well, you know.
Let me just say, if there's anybody that's got the time, by the way, you really want to do a compare or contrast, go through and watch the stream down the bottom right here on Comic Crow's channel, and then go back and watch the original video. I'll show you both in the playlist, and like with every stream I do, I'll have a playlist afterwards. You can check out all the videos that I use for research, come to your own opinions and everything else. But there is a lot of difference between that initial expose, so to speak, expose interview and how things went and how things happened with this most recent expose session. And let's just say there really wasn't a whole lot of brand new stuff brought up, and I'm gonna touch on that too, so trust me. But yeah, there's not a whole lot that was brand new. I'm probably gonna bring up more brand new shit in my stream than they brought up in that whole video.
Maybe I will agree with Sen. Well, we will have to see about that.
So you're not consistent at all right there either. Here's Crow calling me out saying that I apparently will condone Sen's behavior if I ever invite him back.
That's pretty cool, Darcy.
TJ, let me just say real quick to you.
I've been watching Sen for a while too.
I said about you on Twitter because again, you looked into this whole thing and you never saw any evidence.
He met me through you.
Just real quick, at this point, right? The logs, all those
there is a tonal shift, Jim.
Are displayed earlier in the stream. We've linked the Discord account with Sen. Sen is denying it. Right? The evidence is there. So at a certain point, if I see Sen still going onto your streams, right, you can't sit there and say that you don't get mad at me if I say that you condone that fucking type of behavior anymore.
Which, by the way, I'm never associating with him again because I think what he did is disgusting. At least I'm consistent with that. Crow is not because he actually sat here and went back.
Okay, I'm not here to dissuade anybody, Senny. I'm just. Bloodsports is totally okay in my opinion. I just don't think it's going to be that great for like getting a lot of good information out there, and I feel like Sen's got a lot of good information that he can offer answers to with this interview, and I've done a lot of my own testing and trial and error and stuff. So we're gonna see once we get into the conversation.
To hanging out with Sen right after making that jokey stream about calling him out after seeing those DMs. And I'm not even bringing up McDaddy, aka
and no, and I don't think Sen is a horrific predator.
And someone that Aura and Kayla actively went out and defended.
Either,
and also,
Jim.
I'm not bringing up Maya.
Sorry, that was a broken thought.
If I see Sen still going onto your streams, right, you can't sit there and say that you don't get mad at me if I say that you condone that fucking type of behavior anymore.
But yet you want to sit here and call me out saying,
"Yep, I condone the behavior apparently because I'm gonna have Mr. Sen on here."
That, oh, if I ever see him on a stream of yours again, don't get mad if I say you condone it. You're claiming I condoned it? Dude, you pretty much supported the guy to keep doing it. You try to call out people like that, I guess, on the internet and be a commentary channel or whatever, but you're doing stuff like this. You're actively lying. You sat here and shielded Sen for years. No wonder he lied about it. He learned his shit from you. He learned from the master. You claim right here that you hate misinformation.
I hate misinformation. I just absolutely hate misinformation. It's the worst thing. It's a threat to our democracy, in fact. Right? Right, Sean? Don't you want to protect democracy by stopping misinformation? So this is what this stream is about, defending democracy.
And that it threatens our democracy. Dude, you're the king of misinformation here. You're coming out years later condemning Sen for all of this shit? Where was this at years ago? Where was it at in the original stream?
Crow,
there really is, Jim.
Like, you said that I was calling you a pedophile, you fucking idiot. I thought I was calling you a pedophile, but I was defending you? You need to stay in a fucking lane, dipshit. God damn.
In this clip, you just saw Crow tell Sen to stay in his lane. Dude, Crow, you did defend Sen by being associated and being friends with him for so many years, collaborating with him. After knowing about the DMs. The DMs that you covered. The DMs that you lied about and said that I never saw Sen send Lolly, but you did. Here's the proof.
But I never saw that Sen was actually saving the lolicon and sending it back to Jared. That's the part where I was like, that's where you get me. That's where you fucking get me.
There you go. That was the line we left off.
Well, and this is the fun thing though too, because it's like, because Sen posted that same Lolly pic or whatever, so it's like he had to save that to his phone.
He did.
He did.
It's on his phone.
on his phone.
Here's Steve claiming that he's not a doxer, by the way, when clearly he is.
It's kind of interesting when you're just spitting shit out of your ass and it's not lining up with facts. You know?
Oh, shut the fuck up, you doxing bitch.
Who did I dox? Who did I dox? Because I told you where I was living. When
bitch.
I told you where I was living at the time, and that's a dox to my girlfriend after the fact.
No,
right?
you said she
Not
lived
even, like, the
here,
exact
and then Aura
location.
told me this is her fucking location. Steve's being
Aura
cheeky
told you
about
that?
it.
Aura
Yeah.
told you that? So Aura's doxing her now.
No,
Yeah.
he gave it to me. I mean, technically, we're all doxers here, except for John.
We're all doxers. So what's the point of even criticizing if we're all the same?
Posted someone's fucking ass.
I will say one thing that I've seen very consistent from Mr. Sen is that his perspective on a lot of this stuff is that he's not trying to come away from this saying that he's better than everybody else. And I think that's really kind of hard for a lot of people to wrap their mind around. Like, he's not saying he's better than the rest, but it's a matter of like, okay, if you're going to call this black and that white, don't suddenly start calling this eggshell and charcoal. Like, don't be trying to like change up the descriptors to fit your point of view on things. Like, if you're going to call it black and white, call it black and white. Like, and that's the thing, is that when it comes to certain people, suddenly we're going to be like, oh, no, you're right, that is eggshell, or no, you're right, that is charcoal, just because of the person and who they are and where they're at. And he doesn't agree with that. And you know what? I don't down him for that. I think if we're going to have a solid, we figuratively are going to have a solid like opinion on people and call people these words, which I'm very, very like, if anybody's seen any of my previous streams, you know how guarded I am about saying certain words and calling people things and stuff like that. I mean, you gotta be really committed to use that word, in my opinion, because it's a life ruination word. Just my last stream, if anybody watched that live, you heard me talk about, and I'm extremely passionate about Extreme Dad and the situation that happened to him. That guy had his life ruined because of that word. Honestly, just a little word from the right person can totally change everything. What was that? That was Vosh. That was, oh God, I'm blanking. I'm totally, Xander Hall and a couple other different people that sat there and basically off of Vosh's word started calling this guy a pedophile and literally ruined the dude's life. He ended up like breaking up with his girlfriend and everything because he lost his job. Tangentially, he lost his home. That situation, I am not blaming on anybody that started calling him that word, but holy shit. It's just a very powerful word. And if you're going to start using that and start calling people that for the smallest of things, I feel like, you know, this is a situation that by the end of this, hopefully I show you everything. Maybe you'll have a little bit more charitability towards people like Lyrics, towards people like Mr. Sen, and understanding. I feel like there's been a lot of charitability given towards Lyrics already. I don't think anywhere near the same charitability has been given back at Mr. Sen, and you know, that could be because maybe him being more personal in his attacks towards Lyrics. Maybe not. Maybe it's just because Lyrics is in better with the community. This is all shit that I can direct you at different things and have you look at different parts of it, and you're going to believe one way or the other based on what you've seen of this. You know, if you've seen people sitting there saying that, like Crow, oh, Lyrics is only going hard at, or Lyrics, oh my God, Mr. Sen is only going hard at Lyrics, just for this, and you know, he's got skeletons in the closet. You know, I would say that Mr. Sen's kind of said, yeah, I've got skeletons in the closet the whole time. He said long before all of this started that, hey, we should have a podcast together with Flamenco, Lyrics, and I, and we'll call it the Lollycons, kind of play on lolcows and all that. So lolcow live. And you know what? That's kind of funny. I think that shows a little bit of humor and a little bit of self-deprecation on that. But maybe it wasn't far enough for people. Who knows? I don't know. I think there's a lot to show. But here, I'll let the video finish out.
But like, I don't think that was your
moral
question.
righteousness, my dude. There's no moral righteousness.
No, you're calling me something that I'm not, and it's just like, can you show me?
Oh yeah, you want to see the proof? Here's the proof. You threatened to dox someone, and then here I have a blurred part of this image because I don't actually know if this is a real dox or not. It might not be, but it definitely says the name of a certain area, and yes, this is a dox, dude, but apparently they're all doxers or whatever, so it doesn't matter. I'm not trying to knock Steve too hard for this, but this just proves that all of them are liars. Every single one of them are liars. I guess Aura recently came out with a new thread. Well, good job, Aura. Years later, good job. You're all pieces of crap. Yeah, you guys were friends with ass people. You went to bat for him, and now you look just as bad as the rest of them. You guys don't look good for calling out Sen recently. Yes,
I would definitely be open to interviewing each and every of them. I think that this Mr. Sen portion of this is probably going to be key in going forward because there's a lot of information that I think will come out of this that will help me and aid me as far as like deciding who to speak to from here. I will tell you from looking through a lot of my research that I did into this, I think probably the most charitable and probably best person to contact up front would be Aura. Aura definitely is going to get shit on a little bit because of the stuff that happened with King Asshole and all the other names that this individual goes by. I just know that's probably the easiest one for me to remember off the top of my head, but I think there's a little bit there. There's also going to be a little bit that I have questions for, and I just want to see how Sen answers them, and I would like to ask them towards Aura. Crow, Steve, I have a little bit of guarded idea with, but I would definitely give them a chance, but I would have to have them be honest with me. Not saying that Mr. Sen's going to be the most honest with me. I'm not saying that anybody's ever going to come on here and be honest with me, but I'm a little more guarded. And hopefully that'll come across in all the stuff that I'm going to show and that I'm going to ask. There's a lot of deniability that's come out of this. So I'm just going to say this. Sen will move on like he always does. And he will stay the same because he is a smart fellow. Yeah, I think Sen's already back on the content grind. And I'm not looking to harp and drive the stake into his heart or anything with this conversation. I'm not going to let him go easy at the same time. I do have questions for him, and I hope that he will answer them honestly. I have a lot of answers already to the questions that I'm going to ask too. So, take that as you will. It's not necessarily a mistrust of any individual person, but I'm going to ask questions that I know the answers to in some cases to know whether you're stringing me along for bullshit or not. And I feel like if anybody was interviewing anybody, that's the best way you can go about it. So I'll let this play out though.
Sen is a piece of crap. No, I'm not defending him. I'm not sitting here trying to fight his fight with you. I'm saying all of you guys are scumbags. All of you guys are fucking gross. All you guys are disgusting. Crow, do me a favor. Keep fucking writing articles and blogs and doing whatever you're doing. Get the hell off YouTube. Nobody gives a crap about your goddamn content. They really don't. Isn't this your second channel anyways, that you needed a channel to be monetized, so you had to run to a second channel anyways? I don't know. I heard that maybe you got a shout out or something like that, and that's the only reason why you have a channel with any remotely amount of subscribers right now. But I don't know. I could be wrong. Good job. You got about 1,000 views on your live stream, which was just so dumb because you were calling him a hypocrite, but you're a hypocrite for not calling him out anytime like sooner because you were calling out people like me saying you condone his actions for associating with him when you literally did associate with him for years. You condoned his actions. You guys claimed he admitted to it a long time ago. Okay, well, if you guys knew about it a long time ago and he admitted to it a long time ago, where was the fucking call out? Where was telling the world that this guy is bad and people shouldn't be associating with him? You just now want to be the higher authority and tell people not to associate
at least not
with him
from
now,
me,
just because he went after your little toy. Toy bounty hunters is who I meant there. Oh, and I'm gonna leave you off with this. Toy and Sen had a little bit of a skirmish. Toy is not really associated nearly as much as like Steve, Aura, Kayla, and Crow. Toy's a little bit better than the rest of them, I guess. But Toy does seem like a little bit of a man-child along with Sen. So Toy bounty hunters, please reach out to me. I know you saw my message in the live chat. I asked you to reach out to me. Please DM me. Please DM me.
We're going to get into some stuff with him too, because he definitely plays a lot bigger portion into this. Just like Lord Triton. You know, everyone thinks Wall Smashers, Lord Triton, innocent little guy, not to steal somebody's shtick in saying that, but the innocent little guy, Lord Triton, he's not so innocent in all of this. Just to give you a heads up. So
still, I know you're trying to avoid me and you've been avoiding me for however long it's been, but please reach out to me, Toy. Look at this little interaction between Toy and Sen during the most recent stream.
Hey, Sen,
Hey, but wait, hey, get the documents, fire up the screen, see how it goes.
Fuck you, Sen. I don't regret exposing you.
Fuck you, pussy, eat shit.
Loser.
You're a fucking loser, faggot.
Yep.
Go take care of your kid, bitch.
Go ahead.
Keep talking shit. Out of here.
Hopefully, we'll stay away from some of the gamer words. Not that I'm monetized. I just don't.
So yeah,
wanna
to recap real quick, I'm not okay
have
with
the
Sen.
conversation
I'm not
fall
associated
down
with
that
Sen. I think
way.
Sen is absolutely disgusting. I think I relayed that in this video pretty well. At the same time, I don't like Crow or many of the people he associates with. I think many of the people he did associate with were fine with protecting, lying, defending, and being friends with creepy people that you can consider lolicons or PDF files. I believe these guys are just as disgusting as the people they like to call out, or some of the people they like to be friends with. And yeah, that's the TLDR of this video. At the very end, just in case, you know, people forgot anything I talked about during this video.
So that's kind of gives you a whole like broad representation of the situation, as well as a couple of the tangential things that have happened from the streams. So I'm gonna do this really quick. We'll just jump back in here. So these are all the things that I've gone through. So this is the original stream if anybody's looking for it. That's actually on the Crows of Judgment channel. So we're talking about this really kind of starts 3 years ago. Somebody else that's going to get brought up occasionally in this is DA Talks. DA Talks is actually Crow's little brother. I do have some questions for Sen when we get into that about DA Dean. You might hear him called very freely, so I'm assuming his name is out there. But Dean and DA are the same person. You're also going to hear about a couple other people like the franchise. He is kind of comes from the technicals camp. He's not a big Sen fan to say the least. But he's kind of a character. He's very known for having a very unique discussion when we get to that, I'll show it. But he had a very, very heated interview, I could say the least. There's also Kumo, which again, going back to the whole Lyle Convoy thing, you might remember Kumo and Akumo coming up. Kumo's kind of got a little bit of a hate boner when it comes to Mr. Sen. Chilled Venom is another individual you're going to hear about. Chilled Venom, I kind of want to, since we got a little bit of time still. Chilled Venom, as you can see, has a very, very in-depth channel. You know, there was a lot of content to dig through on this channel. It was pretty hard to find all of the content related to Sen. But I did take my time, go through his channel and found the video. So we may come across that later. But he'll be brought up into this. Chilled Venom is on probably more so on the side of Team Sen, we'll go with Colin. You'll also hear about Redski. Redski is brought up in a conversation related to toy bounty hunters and all that. That kind of takes place right in around the timeline here. These are actually in timeline order because that was after going through and finding all these videos. I had to put them in order to actually Seni Squad. Okay, I'll call it Seni Squad. I could do that. So yeah, the Seni Squad. But yeah, Chilled Venom's part of that. Redski's part of that. TJV was part of that. He's now disavowed, taken a step away from that. I don't know how long that's going to last or how that's going to go down, but he sounds pretty committed in stepping away from it. We have Hollywood Huggy, who I've been on his show. We talked about nuclear warheads. Was an interesting conversation to say the least. I do also have both the Pit episodes in here. You want to talk about was never on any side. Okay, that's good to know that TJV is kind of a neutral party then. All right. I know that he got kind of wrapped up with TJV was presenting a lot of the same stories and information that in particular I know a Toy Bounty Hunter was going over. As far as there's a whole tangential YouTube drama that's tied to this that you'll hear brought up a lot that I don't totally know about because I had enough with my hands full with getting into this and setting. If you've got more information, feel free to post it in the chat. But there's a court case between H2O Delirious, I believe. There's a court case out there. I don't know who it involves, but there's drama involving H2O Delirious, Omracker, I don't know if either of them is some guy named Scott, but there's some guy named Scott. Oh God, what else? There's some girlfriends of people that are also YouTubers that are involved in this case. And this is basically a drama that they were covering, an ongoing drama that Crow, that Toy, that TJV, and Sen, I believe, were all covering. It really goes into the heart of gaming, like early YouTube gaming. And I only found this out recently, that it goes back to the CNANer days. Thank you, Jim, for kind of helping me with that. But I didn't even know who some of these people were. But if you're familiar with like CNANers and all that stuff, this is Vanos crew. The Vanos people are all involved in this drama. You might have heard about Mini Lad and stuff on that front recently. It's just an ongoing, very large drama. Well, Toy Bounty Hunters covered it, like I said. Crow covered it. TJV covered it. I think Sen covered it. I don't know if Redski was involved in it. Don't know if Steve DeLeve covered it. Who else? Origami, not sure about him. Didn't really dig into any of his content on this stuff, but Origami is another person that you'll see her brought up. Origami is an interesting person, in my opinion, in all of this, and I've probably got the most questions about him. But yeah, that's just a couple of the people that are in here, whether you got Senny Squad or the Crows of Judgment or the Crow people. I don't know what to fucking call them. The Team Hypocrite, maybe? I don't know. We can go with that. But yeah, so this is the other big video, is on Comic Crow. That's the most recent video that came out a little over a week now. That's gone over everything, but there's a lot of other stuff in here. So if you're looking for kind of the hard hitters, Wall Smashers, I didn't get in here, but the Wall Smashers is another, the Rotted Crow. Wall Smashers is another good episode that had a little bit more with Lord Twyton, and just a very, very, very interesting individual, kind of scummy individual in my opinion. But give me just a second. Come back. All right. Sorry, I was just checking in. I was hearing back from Sen. So I don't know if he's quite ready yet or not. If not, we'll make a little more filler time. I apologize for the delay, but I like to be, you know, polite to my guests, especially seeing this as the first guest. I'm probably going to be more polite than anyone. I don't know. Let's see what else we got. So yeah, there's a couple different things going on here. So I do have I will have this up afterwards, so if anybody wants to go through all of this, trust me, it was a lot to dig through. So that's another thing that I kind of wanted to show. We'll go with Mr. Sen allegations. If I could spell today, which we're not even going to take a chance, we'll just automatically run the search. If you look, there's not a whole lot of great videos out there. Probably a few more from more recent, but oh, sounds like Mr. Sen might be ready. Let's see if we can give him a call here. And then I'm probably going to need turn off microphone. Sorry, this is going to take just a minute. But I just want to make sure Mr. Sen gets on. Nope, he might not be ready yet. All right. I am going to throw my other earbud in too for this. So when we get to this point. Hey, can you hear me? How's it going, man? Hey, I'm going to get audio switched over. They can hear me, but I don't believe they can hear you. Go ahead and talk real quick. They cannot hear you yet. Okay. Let's see. Okay, they should be able to hear you now. If you want to give it a test.
Testing.
Yep. Looks like I got audio coming through as far as OBS is concerned.
Nice.
All right.
Nice. You don't mind if I'm playing like a game, right?
Yeah, no, not at all, man. Do whatever makes you feel comfortable. I don't care.
Okie doke.
All right. So I'm going to pull up a couple things here while we're getting set up. And boom. Window. We will change over to this. Sounds good. All right, how you doing, Mr. Sen?
Pretty good. How are you?
Oh, peachy. How's everything been with going through all this drama and everything?
I guess it's been pretty good. I don't really see that drastic of a difference in anything.
That's pretty good, at least. That's pretty good. So I've got a bunch of different questions. I was kind of showing my stream a little bit about through the TJV video that he recently put out. It kind of summed up the whole drama, even with the stuff with King Asshole and everything. And right. I played all that to kind of give them a pretty good rundown of the situation. So hopefully everybody's, as far as my stream goes, is up to speed. But yeah, I got a couple questions for you, and I got stuff that's going to kind of go through a timeline of stuff from older stuff to newer stuff. And if there's anything you can't talk about, let me know. But I think this has got a whole lot of stuff that you've either talked about or had some opinion on. Does that sound good?
Sure.
All right. So I guess starting out, I know there's a lot of talk with you being more Kiwi farmer than YouTuber. Would you kind of say that you've said that before?
Yeah, I have.
All right. What would you say your opinion on the farms is? Like, what is the Kiwi farmer's opinion of you? How do you feel?
Is their opinion on me?
Yeah.
They like me when I cover Nick Rekieta, and if they don't know me, I guess, or if I never personally slighted them, there's a section that doesn't like me.
Okay.
But that's like even from the old, I don't know if you've ever heard Weeb Wars days. You know what Weeb Wars is?
I very, as far as like looking you up, I know I've seen Weeb Wars in like the threads and everything, but I don't know much about it.
Like Weeb Wars was like essentially the Gamergate of I guess anime. It had to do with what was his name? The voice actor named Vic Mignogna and stuff, and how he was getting fucked over or something by like the Funimation employees, like Real, etc. There's a bunch of content creators that thought he was essentially being Me Too'd, and they went ahead and they made videos in support of him. That's what it is. And I guess some Kiwi farmers got invested in that story and stuff. So that's where they made a thread for that. And yeah, it was from there. I met a couple of them, and some of them were in my OG server. Some of them I called the OGs because I actually spent more time with them than I did with the, I guess, if you want to call them the pillars of that community, or the pillars of Weeb Wars, which would be, you know, the people that blew up, which would be Yellow Flash, Umbrella Guy, you know them, right? I'm assuming you've heard of these YouTubers, right?
I've heard of them, and I've got some questions about things like the Umbrella Guy situation and all that. So, I mean, if you want to jump into that, you can feel free to jump into that. But I know there was a situation with you and the Umbrella Guy.
Right. So Umbrella Guy was like a mentor at the time, sort of. He basically taught me the ropes on YouTube-wise, a couple things here and there. Thing is, okay, so this is an interesting time because I was 18 and I was a little, I guess I was like, I think, yeah, I was the youngest one out of everybody or whatever.
Okay.
So I guess maybe I was a little naive to certain things. Maybe that's why I got along with some of the farmers at that time. And like, the thing with Umbrella Guy is that he would be the mentor and stuff, but at one point it became like the Kiwis had this weird fixation on wanting to take him down, or I guess make the thread on him, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's why there's a thread on the Umbrella Guy.
Okay.
Right? That was made around the time of Weeb Wars, I believe. So it was like actually it was like a, I don't want to say elaborate plan, but it was like a plan to basically, okay, we're gonna release this video on the Umbrella Guy, who this individual who was actually Crow's brother named Dean actually released it, and you're gonna post the thread and et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know if you would call that gay ops. But if you want to, I guess you could call it gay ops, but essentially it was planned out, and there was going to be these things dropping on Umbrella Guy. And as my part of the contribution for it, I had messages with him, obviously. What they wanted is that they wanted to see if he was blackballing certain creators.
Okay.
Or one specific creator. And by blackballing, they, I guess, basically like, well, he described it as scrubbing from social circles. Basically, Umbrella Guy at one point didn't trust a certain individual, and he had mentioned this to me, and he basically said, I'm going to be scrubbing this person off of my social circles. By that, I mean, I guess that would mean he wasn't going to, like, he was going to be like, let's not add this person to any of the next group chats that we'll be having, or any of the new things we're going to be covering in relation to Vic and stuff. That's what they wanted to know. They wanted to know, and they wanted proof of that. Yeah. So, would you like me to keep going, or?
I mean, you could. From what I understand, there was a DM situation.
Yeah, so they wanted those DMs. Their pitch to me was that you're going to be doing the right thing if you do this. And then to sweeten the deal, I guess, they said, we'll throw $30 on top of it. So the way Crow wanted to frame it is I threw this guy under the bus, and that there was nothing bad about him. Which, listen, as far as I know, me and him have like, me and the Umbrella Guy have patched it up. We're not like enemies or anything. Like we follow, for whatever it's worth, we follow each other on Twitter and etc. or whatever. But to act like there was nothing wrong with him, or he's never done any wrong, is fucking stupid, and anybody that's not blind can fucking see that. I mean, we all, to an extent, especially big creators, we all have some, fucked up shit, whether it's like us being jackasses behind the scenes or whatever. He was no different, but Crow wants to paint this picture because the funny thing with Crow, he's always been a major ass kisser, and that's how we started fighting in the first place. He was an unknown nobody that was constantly sucking up to people like Yellow Flash, Hero Hey, Umbrella Guy. That's where we fought, because he was fucking annoying. I was critical of Hero Hey for something, and then immediately Crow right there sucking his cock. Right. Also, I don't know if I say like vulgar shit, let him cut me off or something.
No, you're fine. You can pretty much say whatever you want. So.
Okay, the Crow was just sucking up to him. He always sucks up to the bigger creators and stuff. I feel like he still carries that on to this day, which is why maybe he phrased it as like, you backstabbed the Umbrella Guy. It's like, I don't know, man. Maybe to an extent. But I was like, again, I was very naive. I was listening to people in my ear, like they were like, Sen, he doesn't give a shit about you. He's gonna throw you under the bus just like he did this creator and stuff. Why are you holding any loyalty to him, et cetera, et cetera.
And like, just to get an idea, how I know you've been on YouTube for a while. Like, how have you been making content at this point? Like, how big would your channel be around the time that this is going on? Just out of curiosity.
It was like, I'd say 12,000.
Okay.
Not that big. It was about 12,000.
Okay. So, I mean, you had a channel and everything, and you had stuff worth losing, and then being a young guy and not having a whole lot of, context for stuff, I'm sure, them saying things in your ear probably made you double think about stuff.
There was also shit like, I don't like to mention this stuff ever, but there was also shit, besides the obvious, like, you're fucking around with Kiwi farmers shit, which honestly, in hindsight, probably not the best idea, given that as soon as I gave them what they wanted, they started changing this narrative to you backstab this person when you were literally in my ear not so long ago, literally 2 days before I gave you what you wanted, saying you're doing the right thing, and then it changes to you backstab these people. So it's like, which one is it, farmers? And I'll name specific farmers in the thread. It's Held, Junk Dog is another one of those. There were a couple other people, like these were their names on the Discord, right?
Okay.
There was Jinx, Gravity, these fucking people, douchebags overall, stupid. I don't even know if they're still. I know Held might still be around. He might be talking to my failed protege. Shout out to Pods. That's my failed protege.
Okay.
Pods is like the lackey that did the work for most of the Kiwis and shit. He's an interesting character, but not that interesting.
Okay.
But yeah, these people all existed and stuff, and they all just like it's so stupid because it's like, you're telling me you're doing the right thing, and then it changes to you backstab your mentor, lol. And it's like, yeah, my cynicism and my distrust for strangers on the internet only grew because of that kind of shit. Because it's like, it's kind of bad faith to do that, I think so.
And not to jump ahead, but I know since we brought the name up, I kind of want to ask you, I know that Held plays a role in the bigger story here later on. Was there some DMs that I've seen involve, or some DMs that maybe read out at one point that involved Held and things that he's kind of said? And it might have been on the Comic Crow stream.
Oh yeah, okay. So that one was that was Held talking to local Gamergate legend John Michael Kelly. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of John Michael Kelly. Has anybody heard? Have you heard?
I've not. I the Gamergate OG stuff, it kind of falls in that weird time between, like, it all happened. I was offline really a lot during that time, so I don't know a whole lot.
Yeah, I wasn't around for that. I picked up the lore after what do you call it? After the Weeb War stuff, and I started watching some old school blood sports bullshit. Like I think my pal GG Evans was from Gamergate, so he kind of filled in the pieces as well. But John Michael Kelly is apparently some OG Gamergater schizophrenic, and I always wanted to know what the fascination between these guys and John was, because they just did not want to let him go. They were trying to recruit him at one point to go and make hit pieces on Nick Rekieta, which the entire irony in that is that Held was one of the biggest Rekieta ass kissers there, right? He even like justified doxing people at one point in Steve DeLeve's server by saying, "Oh, Nick Rekieta's fine with it, so I'm okay with it," or whatever. There's other shit that I heard that was like kind of confirmed. I think I should be able to find the screenshot, but this was provided by like Origami, who I'm sure was provided this information from his wife. Apparently Held would talk to Nick Rekieta and fucking Yellow Flash and actually like kind of sort of threatened them by saying, hey, don't get involved in this. I'm guessing one of the correlated to like the Umbrella Guy shit, because they went really hard on the Umbrella Guy, like really fucking hard. They did not like him. So I'm guessing that was it. And it was the equivalent of don't get involved in this shit and everything will be fine for you, which is, again, it's a little gay, but whatever. The internet's kind of gay in general.
Yeah.
So there were things like, I wouldn't say Held plays like the most integral part. Like he was the main doxer guy, I guess, because he ran the Doxymon thing, as he would call it, Doxymon. Him and Junk Dog would go ahead and I guess dox the shit out of people they didn't like. At one point, they got this mentally fucked guy named Spirit to fucking basically fall for a trap so they can justify the dox. What it was is essentially they did like, I guess, a kind of a mini op. You should still be able to find it on the thread somewhere, but the guy's name is Spirit. Okay. Essentially what they did is that they set up a scenario to where they make Spirit look bad or whatever, and then that gave them justification to dox him. Because they they showed Spirit in a conversation where he got really mad at somebody, and he basically said, "Oh, to I guess Held, I would pay you to dox pods." I think it was, funny enough. So Held got the green light to use that in order to fucking dox the shit out of Spirit, which he ended up doing, which was like, what the fuck? Okay.
Oh my
Listen,
god.
Here, I was privileged to. Now that I look at it, there was a lot of fucking slimy shit that was happening, dude. Like, what the fuck? Like, I call it the good old times. I call it the good old. Hey, I've been reconvening with some old people from there. Shout out to fucking Saggy Melons and fucking. And again, you already know my horrible failed protege Pods.
Yeah.
All right.
So is Saggy Melons still okay? So in all of this, I came across that Saggy Melons and Dean had a show together at some point.
Yes, yesterday. Dean was also technically a part of the shenanigans, but he came in much later. That's DA Talks. The reason he came in much later is because initially he fucked around with the Crows of Judgment. And now, okay, so you gotta understand the Crows of Judgment at the time, the OGGs, were like this guy named Broly, Power Maximum, Origami, Crow, Toy Bounty Hunters was there, Kayla May was there, Gothic Sushi, which she also has a thread. She was there as well. And they hated her. Fuck, who else?
And the
Dean.
Sushi,
Yeah,
Gothic,
Dean, little
Gothic
brother,
Sushi and Dean had a situation, so if I understand it correctly.
No, it was
Maybe
just
I
Dean
misunderstood.
No. The Gothic Sushi was like the Kiwis named all these people like the Simps of Sushi because it looked like they would just do damage control for Sushi anytime she would do some stupid shit. Dean eventually ended up making hit pieces on. Technically, he made hit pieces on everybody. Like he made hit pieces on the Umbrella guy who he was sucking the cock of. He didn't really have a reason to do it either. Like he didn't have the people in his ear like I did. He didn't have. Like, I don't think he had the investment. I know it sounds very gay, but like the kind of investment that I did in this situation, he just did it for like fame for the most part, or attempted fame. So he made hit pieces on the Umbrella guy. He made a hit piece on Gothic, which that was more of like a favor to some other chick he was always simping for. Shout out to my girl Karen. Right, I had a good time with her at some point, you know. So, and that's actually a funny story. That's actually how my beef with Dean initially started. He was simping for this Karen chick for whatever reason. I wasn't, but she was into me. I know flirting, very cringe.
Yeah.
But regardless, look, I was a horny 18-year-old. Okay, that's just what it was.
Yeah.
So Dean gets mad at me. This was actually the first gay op fucking Origami and Crow and all of them did. And like the really slimy thing about it, and what I'm noticing out of Aura, he always does this bullshit. How he tries to act like his hands are clean of everything by trying to like, I don't want to say that deflect is the right word, but he always tries to make it seem like, oh, I did this for this reason, or my hands are clean because of this reason. When it came to that, he basically said, oh, we were beefing and it was for Crow's little brother, which doesn't really make a whole lot of sense because Origami is telling me I always knew he was a snake. I never wanted to fuck with him, but I had to because it was Crow's little brother. And it's like, motherfucker, you did an entire gay ops on me, like, because of fucking Dean. How does that make any sense?
Yeah.
It doesn't. But whatever, they did an entire gay ops on me by basically they I think they leaked my DMs with Karen and shit. And I guess that was supposed to be some weird own or whatever.
That was the first own, if I understand it correctly, because technically the first time all of this stuff got exposed with you was the second own by the Crows.
That would be the thing that people deem to be the Lolly RP situation, I guess.
Yep.
That one was exposed by Kiwi Farms because they struck a deal with pedo Jared, who was actually a pedophile, which was kind of like morally questionable at the time, and it's why the Kiwis kind of disbanded, because some of them are like thinking you're making a deal with a literal pedophile to try to get an own on Sen. How does that make any fucking sense?
On a kid, basically, yeah.
Yeah, like it doesn't make any fucking sense, right? It's like, yeah, I would be, if I was a Kiwi farmer that pretended like they hated pedos all the time, and then I have like I'm presented with a situation where I find out somebody, one of my own, is making a deal with a pedophile and letting them go just to get at a bigger YouTuber. Yeah, I'd be like, what the fuck is going on? Like this ain't.
Yeah,
ain't
I'd
it, right?
side
Like,
look a couple people in that situation.
yeah, so that's when it kind of like they started disbanding. The original spot was called Mock Spot. That was where the Kiwis would hang out and stuff like that, and they would integrate as well, like random spurgs. They would also like to do the blood sports thing.
Okay.
Hey, by the way, if I get sidetracked at any point, feel free to bring me back on track.
No, you're fine. A lot of this is actually touching on situations I had questions for, so we're good.
Okay. So like, yeah, the Mock Spot thing was essentially where they really like to reenact certain like blood sports ish moments. So they would bring in like retards, put them in a voice chat, kind of like the equivalent of any scenario, like a Lyle Convoy thing, basically.
Okay.
You bring in retards, mentally retarded people, weak people, you bait them into a voice chat, and you get to have your way with them. That was the OG Mock Spot shit. That thing got like dissolved a little bit because of that shit, but it was also something that had to do with Plate Gang. Apparently, Plate Gang got in there eventually and doxed the shit out of a bunch of them, so that was kind of funny. But hey ho.
All right, so part of my understanding with all of this, and I hopefully you can offer maybe a little bit more insight than what I could really find. But apparently, so it's kind of out there and known that Dean and Crow are brothers, and they do not get along. Do you have any additional information that maybe you can provide the class, so to speak, as to what happened there, why they don't get along? I heard there's some doxing with the mother involved at points and everything.
Bro used to simp big time for his baby brother, even in real life and shit. At one point, I believe Dean was, so the story is that he got in this feels because they forgot about his birthday or something. That's the story they want to go with.
Okay.
So I guess that maybe kind of checks out. I personally think that Dean was looking for a way to just like cut ties with them at some point. He probably got a sweeter offer from like the Kiwis at the time, like Held, and because the thing is, they were propping this guy up to make hit piece after the Weeb Wars people. It's like, I don't know if you understand like the whole narrative structure and like how it's gay politics essentially. Commentary does it. Real life politics happen. They wanted to make Dean look like the good guy, the only one telling like truth in that community, because little by little in Weeb Wars, people were starting to see. I think this really was starting to be more evident when Vic lost. People were starting to see how like people like Tug and Flash, and they were starting to side-eye him a little bit, and Nick a little bit, but he still got protection because he wasn't a raging alcoholic at the time, and he knew how to keep it together. So they were propping Dean up, and they're getting ready to have him even go after Rekieta. If you go back a little bit, you should still be able to find in 2019, 2020, Dean attempting to go at Rekieta. But again, this was when Rekieta was at his prime, and Dean was just, he was always a nobody. He still kind of is, but he was just like, I guess 500 subs, maybe less, not really anything.
It would be like me going after Rekieta. Like,
yeah, and I mean, not only that, it's just he himself was never good. He was inexperienced. He was fucking stupid. He was, I mean, not to get too personal, but he was also a cokehead. Like, there's just, I don't know what the fuck Held and them were thinking when they decided to. All I said is, I'm gonna retire. I don't want to do this shit anymore because it's retarded, and that was my main thing. And I guess I stopped being the propaganda pusher for the farms on those end, because I'm not saying that all Kiwis are the same.
Yeah,
obviously there's a section that ain't like that, but that, for my experience of that section with Held and them, it's like, yeah, you're the propaganda pusher. I don't want to be the propaganda pusher anymore. All right, we'll use Dean. What the fuck were you thinking? You're really gonna trade me up for Dean? That's when you knew you were fucked. The fucking Tug thing kind of was okay. It worked for him a little bit. The attempt at Flash, it was all right, I guess. It's just that one fucking person, that Chambers person, just really fucked it up. because she made the fucking video unbearable. And basically the own on Flash was really like, oh, you had an affair with Gothic Sushi and you're married. And it's like, well, maybe, but like if he did, who the fuck cares? This isn't really an own. That's just Flash being a bad husband, I guess. Or you don't even know, again, you don't even know the complexities of that either. You don't know what his relationship's like at the time. He could have been on a break. He could have not been like, you know, she could have cheated on him. It could have been any number of things.
It could have been over, before it was even over, yeah.
The own didn't really work for that because it's like, okay, whatever. And she just, that Chambers person just made the video fucking terrible. And then he tried think about going after Hirohei, but he never did it. So then he just went on to Ricada and he got fucked up. He got fucked up really badly. There was actually a stream, a bot that Ricada privated or deleted, where Dean came on, and it was like horrible. I think it was either the first or the second time, but there was this guy named Liam Gray, and fucking Dean got fucked up by this guy, and he looks like the guy from the Lucky Charms cereal.
Oh my god.
That's who Dean got fucked up by. And it's so fucking crazy. It's like, what the fuck, Dean? Like, again, if I have to ask Held one thing, it's like, what the fuck were you thinking? Why Dean? Like, you could have done so much better.
Yeah. This sounds like it was doomed from the start.
Yeah, Dean is not your guy because Dean is not even good at confrontation. That's why he got fucked up the first time he went to his the Crows of Judgment stream, where, like, you know, Crow was like laughing, and then, you know, after he had, you know, sufficiently called me a pedo for half of that stream, and then his mind changed when I, you know, conveniently stopped by. Like, I just assumed that, like, the point of that stream was to get an own on his brother at the time. They were still, like, it was the early processes of their falling out. They had already had distrust for him. They had already started to not like him and not trust him and shit like that. So the only way I looked at it at that point is that, oh, you're just going to weaponize the scenario to look morally superior, which is something the Crows do very often. And in the same breath, you're going to go ahead and you're just going to pretend like you didn't call me this for 2 hours. You're just going to put it, essentially, you're going to make your brother the fall guy. You're going to make Dean the fall guy. You're going to look good by comparison. And that's like how it's going to go, I guess. And there's even a follow-up conversation between me and Crow, and I think it was in the old videos, in the old DMs. Yeah, the old DMs that I had from the old account that I had on Discord, where he basically tells me, okay, so this is what I want to do. I want to go ahead and let's try to repair your image in a sense, but at the same time, like, he was basically like, we'll repair your image with this, but at the same time, like, we'll try to help my friends. Because if you go, I think it should be the second stream, the follow-up to the initial commentary clowns thing, where I basically come on and I'm like spanking myself and shit, and I think I'm apologizing to all these people. By the way, fun fact, Crow knew Connor was a pedophile at the time. Aura did too. Kayla did too. They made me apologize to a fucking pedo. All right, so that's fucking twisted in itself. They've always known that Connor was a pedo, and anytime I asked about it, they're like, it was always these kind of responses like, well, you know, we called cybertip on him and they couldn't do anything, so that should clear him, essentially.
And from what I've seen with some of this stuff, it also looks a lot like, well, go talk to this guy or go talk to that guy, like Steve talking with you at one point about it, and you're like, I don't even associate with this guy. And what was it? I think there was a portion where, like, there was Crow and everyone was basically saying, oh yeah, we all know about him, but it was all a matter of, like, nobody did anything. They all just sat around.
Yeah, pretty much. It was like Aura and Kayla were the ones that really went to bat for this guy. There's even, like, messages. Funny enough, one of the messages is them fighting my failed protege, Pods. And no, I swear, this guy's been around for such a hot minute. By the way, I don't want to stroke my own horn, but I did what Pods and those other stupid idiots couldn't do in, like, 1 week, which is they were relentless in trying to bring up the McDaddy stuff. There's like, you can go to Kiwi Farm. There's a bunch of fucking tweets where Pods and this deformed hillbilly guy named Brawley are just like fighting with Kayla and Aura, and they're trying to like get the gotchas on them. I mean, like they couldn't get it done. I think that just speaks to like they just kind of gave up after a while. I just speaks to their inabilities. But I you know, again, I just digress there. McDaddy was like basically known more so in his what he did by Kayla and Aura, because they were the ones hardcore defending him, and they seem to have had all the lore. Me and Steve kind of, because okay, this is what Steve had told me in a conversation we had. He said basically that he got drunk one day, him being Steve, confronted Connor McDaddy, but by the end of it, for some reason, I shit you not, it's gonna sound like a fucking joke, but Steve literally said, I let him go. I don't remember why. I was too drunk at the time, but if I let him go while I was drunk, there must have been a reason. So it's like, okay, it basically, he just doesn't give a shit. He just didn't give a shit after a while. And it was one of those things where it's like, just ignore it. It can't be that bad if Aura is signing up on it, because Aura was the level-headed one, right? He was supposed to be the guy that, you know, like he was fucking right there in the trenches with the Crows of Judgment whenever it came to criticizing the double standards or anything of that sort, or condemning anybody. So it's like, yeah, fairly level-headed guy, you know, whatever. Don't look into McDaddy, basically, was the takeaway. But like, holy shit. There's when you look into McDaddy, it's like, what the fuck? You
I've seen a little bit of it.
What the fuck? Like, what? That's crazy. Like, I was even surprised or whatever. I was like, what the fuck? This was a thing? Like,
yeah, because isn't there a point where he's arguing age of consent to be lowered and stuff? Like, he's doing some of like the black and white like pedo argument stuff.
Yeah, so like that's why it's kind of bullshit when Crow says he doesn't know who the fuck he is, when those initial things that he said were the reason that he initially got, like, I think, kicked off the page. That's what Steve said, kicked off the Patreon or something. But then Crow knew who he was. He just didn't give a shit. And eventually McDaddy came back either on a new alias, or Crow knew and he just wanted to give it some time to just not have outrage there, or until Pods gave up. And eventually McDaddy or Connor, he came back and he just became like moderator, like in the Crow server. He was just mod one day, and it's like, whatever. There's, I think, even like I forgot who told me this. I'm sure there's like some messages where like somebody's warning me and they're like, don't let Connor in your server, and I'm like, I thought he was cleared, and then they're like, it's still a bad look. I'm like, yeah, I guess. But then Connor does this thing where he basically sucks up to you, whether it's like he gives you money, whether it's like he gives you information. He's like an attack dog or whatever, right? He makes his, like, I guess he hides his fucking, or tries to make you disregard his shit by trying to be as useful to you as possible. Whether it's like clipping, like anything. Like, he's literally he just does things. He would help Crow too. Like, it's not like he wouldn't help Crow. He would, like, you know, be the useful pedophile, I guess. And that's about it. Whatever you want to think of that, it's like, yeah, that's what was going on.
So it's not even like a plausible deniability. Like, the guy was buried in a large server. Like, they're actually using him for stuff.
Yeah, he was there. Like, I like, again, Steve said he had him dead to rights. He just, like, he does this stupid shit sometimes. He's like, oh, but I let him go when I was drunk. That must mean that there's, like, I guess he saw a bigger picture or something. And I don't know. Steve's retarded sometimes. So he did that. I was just like, fuck it. Aura cleared him. So, I mean, it can't be that bad. And that was pretty much my thing. And Crow knew about this shit. I just don't think he gave a shit. He's like, there's no heat. Pods finally stopped. The Kiwis finally stopped. We're good. Just carry on as normal.
Jesus.
I don't know if you realize this by now. I think only people with the intelligence of a Lord Triton will know. Crow doesn't actually give a shit about most, if not all, the shit he talks about. I don't know if anybody picked up on that by now. but he just doesn't care. He doesn't give a like. It doesn't make any sense that you're going so hard at people like Mr. Girl or people like Tommy or people like Augie at the time when your best friend, your best man, Origami, is the biggest pedophile defender there is. How does that make any fucking sense, bro? Like, Aura defended a pedophile for 4 years, only decided to come clean and disavow him conveniently when he found out that a bigger YouTuber was going to make a video on him, putting him and his fucking wife on blast, as well as Crow and them. Yeah, that seems like the timing of this whole thing seems like oddly suspicious for Origami to suddenly grow a conscience and say, oh yeah, I've been defending this pedophile for like 4 years and shit, but like, you know, it was just a bad lapse in judgment. I was wrong. I was being hypocritical, guys. It's like, no shit, Sherlock. Like, what the fuck? If that's the case, it's like this entire time of holding you in a high regard is for nothing. Is all like an illusion. It should have never happened. Even people to this day,
I even read through that thread, like the whole recent thread that came out, and where it basically was, hey guys, we've been caught. So this guy's actually bad, and he's been bad the whole time, kind of thing. Like there wasn't really. It was kind of just. I don't know how to explain it. There wasn't an apology even in there. There wasn't much to be said other than, yeah, we should have disavowed this guy from the start, and we didn't. And that's it.
Yeah, can you hold the stream for a second? I gotta go get something real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I'll be back.
All right, sounds good. But yeah, so I kind of almost should bring this up for you guys. Let's see if I can pop open another window here. But yeah, if you go on to Origami's, I'm trying to pull it up and I'll bring it on stream here if we get to it. Let's do it this way. Should be able to. Oh, if I gotta pull it up through my bookmarks, this might take a second more. Let's see what we got. There's my bookmarks. And oh man, I'm trying to look for, I had Aura's post pinned, but I've got a lot of stuff pinned when it comes to this. But if you go on Origami's page and look at there's a thread that they put together. By they, I mean Origami and his spouse, wife, girlfriend, I don't know, significant other. They put together basically this whole thing saying that, hey, this king asshole guy, he's not really that great of a dude. And we've known about it for a little bit, but we thought we should let everybody else know about this guy now. So here you go. This is us letting you guys know. Okay, thanks, bye. And that's really all it's kind of said in all of this. I mean, I really wish I could find the thread to bring it up for you guys. Let me try one more thing while I'm sitting here struggling. Let me do this. I think we might be getting somewhere. And I know it's not that long ago. So let me see if I can scroll this and see if we can find this thread. Oh my God. Some people post entirely too much. That's not it. Sorry, I'm not putting this on screen, but you never know what's going to come across somebody's Twitter feed, so... And I did not pre-scroll this, so I am not about to sit there and put this on stream, even though it's probably totally fine.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, okay, perfect. I was trying to bring up the Origami thing about the whole Connor situation for stream to see, but I couldn't find it or post entirely too much Oh shit. But so I got a couple other kind of interesting questions that I think you'll get a kick out of, probably, involving Crow. So can you explain the whole reason why you call Crow Lily?
Yeah, it's mainly to fuck with him because it was exposed or revealed that he had this oh fuck. There's a lot of things. You say he was into food and art. Wait, can you just like okay. I was just checking something.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, so Crow had this Futanari kink or whatever that the Kiwis dragged up. They found a bunch of shit on him. They found like the Futanari stuff. They found that he would try to get his parents to fight for his fanfiction role plays and stuff. Just some really weird scuff shit. I think he named himself Lily in one of the fictions or something of that sort. But it was like a name that's very close to him, I believe. There's also Asherin. In a stream, he claims that the reason for that is because he had like a World of Warcraft character, but the only thing that Kiwi Farms dragged up and when this was starting to be used was this whole like his email was leaked and they tried to cross-reference it. They cross-referenced it between like a site and stuff. I'm guessing that the way they got the email in the first place or any of the information on Crow was from Dean, which I think is a fair educated guess.
Yeah.
So the legitimacy of this could be validated not only because, you know, Dean, but also if they went out of their way to cross-reference and get some of these things. And then Crow's actual reaction to the whole thing, you know, current day as well as the past day, I think it's safe to say that there's something there. He also told a story about how he was like sexually confused during like this is because he put it on like 9/11 or some shit, like because he was Muslim or he was Arab and shit, and he was like getting shit and bullied and stuff. So like he essentially tried to say that this was a contributing factor to why he got sexually confused. And again, I think he said this on a throwaway stream of sorts,
Okay.
but you gotta understand his attendance never really after a certain point was never really that high. He started being just fucking reckless, careless, kind of stupid. Like when he was wishing death upon random countries for whatever reason, to try to look cool, I guess. He literally said that all of Ukraine should like die and get bombed and stuff, and then like Origami would like laugh about it in the background because he'd be like, "This guy's fucking stupid." He wants to keep saying, "Oh, we're for the children." He's saying that like a fucking country with a bunch of children should be fucking massacred. And it's like, yeah, that's what Crow does. The Crow be doing this stuff. That's what people love him for. His unhinged rants that are like just kind of really fucking optically bad and terrible. Like a watered down Arab version of Tommy C. Which is essentially what it is.
Oh my god.
That's Crow.
Oh. So is Lord Twiton, is he kind of the Crow protege now here with all this stuff?
I have no idea if he's in their pockets or what the fuck he's trying to do. I just know he's taking it very easy on them. Nothing, no real pushback, not much at all on the like on the Crow front. There's no like real highlighting of the only person that's highlighted any of the bad shit that Crow has done is the TJ fella. And other than that, Triton just seems to be like, oh, he's gonna take his sweet time, either calling Crow out or he's not like he's made like Triton has made at least like today 3-4 posts about me.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What the fuck? This guy is obsessed with me. I don't know what reason, but he just doesn't want to address the fact that he's still showing loyalty to Origami. Like to this day, he doesn't want to leak his messages, even though it was going to like prove a point. And I'm like, why are you trying to prove your loyalty to like a guy that defended a pedo? Like if that's such a big deal to you, Triton, like you parade around pretending like it is, why the fuck is this guy who defended, you know, Connor? Why aren't you going in on him? Like it's very selective who you want to go ahead and make a video on, who you want to paint like a, you know, some would call it a hit piece on. It's very selective.
Yeah, because I even came across tweets out there where he was running back to Crow saying, "Oh, TJV said something mean about your wife on stream and stuff." And I mean, this is going back to things from January even. So he's been on that dick for a minute.
He's been an ass kisser, and he'll just try to deny it as like that he doesn't mean anything by it. This isn't anything. This is a nothing burger kind of thing, and it's like. No, it's something. It kind of shows that you have a bias for this guy because you think he's like smart, or I don't know what it could be. Like, my other thing is kind of like related to Triton, but it's somebody that's more important than Triton, I guess. So it's really interesting. The Technicals has had no disavowal of Crow for having the affiliation, with the pedophile Connor, which again kind of like. Makes me wonder, Technicals, where are your priorities? Because after I compare you to Nick the Oreo, you were right there, coming at me, whatever it is, disavowing, whatever the fuck you want, hit campaign, smear campaign, whatever it is. You're trying to make me look as bad as possible. So just, whatever. But with Crow, it's like Crow doesn't get anything. Origami doesn't get anything. And you were in a group chat full of those people consistently, The fucking added to technicals added to group calls, they're still there. You were there. You were in the gay ops server, right? That was revealed to not be what Crow said it was. Crow said that server, that Origami called the gay ops server, that it was just for pure research purposes on bigger people or people that you were going to defend, cases like the pyrocynical shit. And then it turns out that he has people that aren't public figures in that fucking server, right? People like Ross. I'm not going to say his full name, but he's Ross, aka the white silverback. That's all he needs to hear. That's who he is. He's Ross. They have him. They had fucking Rebcast. Reb, you know who Reb is? Back when he wasn't even making content, really. He was like an absolute nobody. They had Reb there for some reason. They had it under a folder called Backstabber Reb. Now, does that really line up with what the picture Crow is trying to paint?
No, no.
It's just a server for research. It's like, really research on Reb and fucking what's his name, the Ross, like that. I don't know, man. I don't know about that one.
All right, and so I'll get into. So we're kind of like we got a lot of the backstory stuff, and we got a little foreshadowing too with a couple things, but on the DM situation. So this is going into the whole role-playing situation. So I want to get timeline wise. So from my understanding, you were 19 when all this happened, correct?
18 turning 19, June 4, 2000. I think this happened around April, May, something like that. I'll just round it out to 19 because we were like pretty much already there. So. Okay.
All right. And by the way, odd fact, you actually have the exact same birthday minus a year as my wife. So that was kind of funny. When I came across it, I'm like, wait.
Crazy. That's crazy.
But okay, so would you say that at the time, were you fairly knowledgeable about anime? Would you consider yourself like an anime, not necessarily expert, but maybe like guru?
A guru. I know what the word waifu meant. I know that there were that the topic was niche, but it was growing and it was popping off. I had heard certain terms basically that you would hear and stuff used, right? Yeah. That being said, though, the term lolly, you had heard it from is in different contexts. One of them was a big YouTuber, like either I think it was Nux or Nux's friend at the time.
Okay.
And he would go ahead and he would parade around using the word lolly very frequently. Never did it refer to a child, at least not that I knew, because it would seem kind of weird to have this big YouTuber basically say or encourage that, oh, if, lolly this, lolly that, you're not saying it in it's CP, right? You're just kind of you're just kind of using it all over the place and stuff.
Yeah.
So what I understood it as is so you mean flat-chested drawings, right? Or petite drawings or whatever, right?
Yeah.
The whole argument of like canonical age and whatnot and shit did not really cross my mind. And in the anime community as a whole, for some reason, I'm guessing I kind of guess the reason now, but they would just loot up literally almost anything. They never really thought much of it. It's just like, oh, it's another one of those people that just do that. There's never a meaning of like getting off to the draw, as people say, the drawing depictions of animated CP and whatnot.
And now, just for context for the stream, I got this image pulled up, and I don't know if you're watching the stream or not, but you could look at it. You can. This is just kind of for context, but I've got this image pulled up, and I kind of want to see if people on stream think that this person that's represented here, if they would fall into that lolly category, or if maybe they might be more knowledgeable on anime stuff than I am. I'm not going to say that I'm the most knowledgeable person, but I just kind of want to see if anything on stream is said. We've got someone named King Asshole in chat. That's very, 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 very enthused by this image.
Listen, to my knowledge, Connor didn't like John Chilla. He only liked the real teenagers, so he's a hepophile, guys. I don't know. Well, you did say age is just a number to him, so I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. That was definitely said. But just for context, if anybody's wondering, this person here that's on screen is 20, according to the anime. They look like they're probably about 14 in this set of images, and all it is just this. Again, I don't know if you're watching the stream or not, but it's this girl in a dress, and it just got like all sides of her totally clothed, nothing wrong. But this drawing, this individual looks very, very, very young. I would say just at a prepubescency kind of thing, and it's definitely not lolly, because here's where I found the information. So I was like, how the hell do you tell on an anime drawing how old something is? And basically there was this answer of there is no good way, but this person was like, oh, if you look up this anime called School Live and look up the teacher, which is the image that I just had up on screen, they're in their early 20s, but when you look at the image, they look like they're fucking 13, 14. So like,
yeah, that's the thing. This is kind of why I dropped the anime thing, because like when you're 18 going on 19, right, get your college age and stuff. Like I was in the community in deep, and I guess if you want to call it grifting the community around 15, 16, 17 around there, because I was there for a decent amount of time. After that, you kind of just like, and when people are straight up telling you this stuff, like, oh, it's just animated CP and stuff, it's like, yeah, I mean, I don't want to sound like one of those people, right, that just frantically try to, I guess, like, validate the reason why they're into that stuff or anything. It's just like, that was kind of like the mindset, right? It's like, how the fuck do you tell and stuff?
Yeah.
And I think like this other misconception of the whole thing, which nobody wants to believe it, because why would you want to believe it if you want to weaponize it against somebody? It doesn't really work. Or if you just don't understand it as a whole, it's like in the messages, I initially got confused by the wording, the buzzwords of lolly RP. From what I understood it as, it was sexting. But the reason that they add the lolly RP, I'm guessing, is because they think that by the catfish sending the messages back to back, they essentially thought that they were taking the image of what they were sending, which is like, okay, I like, that's not how I looked at it at all. I don't even know why they fucking started sending that shit in the first place. Did I freak out about it? I didn't freak out about it at the time, because it was just like, the idea of it, like this being CP, was not in my head, basically. I don't know how certain people can differentiate that super fucking easily, and that being their go-to thing. But like, again, like, I just don't know, man.
Yeah, I've heard a lot as far as, okay, I'm not going to say I'm like in any way, shape, or form like any sort of an expert on anime. I've watched a couple different anime, and they're probably more horror related, so they're not going to be stuff that probably anybody outside the anime sphere is even going to know. But when I was looking at all this stuff, you keep hearing the context of the, oh no, she's a 9,000-year-old whatever, like insert buzzword. And I was like, you know, okay, but then if you're going to say that, there's got to be some actual definitive way to tell. And from what I'm understanding, there's a lot of different art styles. Like, you know, like people have chibi, like profile pictures, especially around the holidays. I saw quite a few chibi. You could say that that's technically lolly then, but just by the broad definition of it just being an underage depiction, like a younger depiction. So like going to wherever it doesn't necessarily mean porn per se. And then to get into what I saw with your situation, and I got a couple things I really want to touch on there. But from what I saw, it kind of started out sexting. And then this person was just bringing in imagery to like kind of maybe facilitate the sexting, I guess is the best way to say it. And not necessarily like, it didn't even, I don't know. Maybe you could answer this better.
Some of them were positional. Well, some of them were positional references. Like one of the images in question, I believe, had somebody on top of another person and stuff. And that one was like, that's the image that they say you saved this onto your phone and you saved CP or something. It was like a copy and paste of an image they sent. And the following message says, this is going to be me on top of you. Essentially saying, oh, I'm going to be on top of you and stuff.
And for the stream, that's these here. I'm not going to open these up because I believe these might have a face docs of you, as well as they've also got the tied picture of the Jordan individual that's been tied to this. But there's, in this way, they can see kind of the zoomed out, censored versions of the picture that are not as heavily censored as what was on the original Crow stream. And one was from you and one was from the Kitty individual, and it was basically going back and forth kind of saying like this, like you're saying, like positionally wise.
Yeah, it was basically like, I'm gonna be on top of you, essentially. And I don't know, man, like I guess like I can kind of see why people would go that route, especially if you don't like me. Like I guess I can kind of see I don't like it. It's at that point you've already made up your mind. There's no level of charitability at all, because there's none of the images where I'm like saying that I'm getting off to this or I find this to be hot. It's just one of those things where you're just going ahead and you're assuming that based on the fact that I guess I'm not telling them to delete it and I'm not freaking out about it, or anything of that sort. In which again, it's like, I don't know, man. I just they never told me, hey, do you want these images? I just kind of was like, whatever, if that's your thing. But I never thought of like the person, because there was already an image to the person, and they had already been going ahead and LARPing around as another individual. I didn't think it was. I already had like an idea of what they look like, based off of like the fact that they're trying to put an image over there. They have put an image, and it's like in one of the screenshots, because I don't know if you have it, but I'll send it over. Because another one of these ideas that I guess Crow wanted to really hammer in was that I was lusting after a teenager. That's what he started leaning into.
I was actually going to touch on that, so I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, so okay, but I want to point out how bad faith this is, because Crow is saying all this shit on the stream, right? He never talks about my age, never says what my age is, never says any of that. He just says Sen is thirsting and lusting after extremely young teenagers. Where is a screenshot for that? And then keep in mind, initially this person said they were 20 something. And then we went ahead and I guess they lied about it. So then I proceeded to ask more about their age. I always ask for the ages.
Yeah.
Right? That's fucking stupid if you're not. So it's like, again, the fucking picture he's trying to like the kind of picture he's trying to paint by not only obfuscating the age that I was, and just hammering in this point that I was thirsting for teenagers, or as he also put it, extremely young people, or whatever the fuck he said, whatever little buzzwords he said.
Yeah, he
It's
kind of
like-
chose a couple different buzzwords there, as saying that, yeah, there was worse pictures in the chat, which is something I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah.
Was there anything worse than kind of the stuff we saw?
Fuck
Or
no.
that's already out there?
What the fuck? Fuck no. Crow had the entire logs. He went over the entire thing. He was lying through his fucking teeth. He wants to get on me for lying. He's the one that lied. Oh, funny enough, he was caught like the following day. It was on a stream on another small channel. He was caught lying because the TJ guy, right, debated Crow.
Yep.
The following day. I don't know if you caught that.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. So basically, I brought him in because I had found out that Crow was going to try to be a weasel again, and I didn't want him to get away with it this time. So I went ahead and I told TJ guy, "Hey, do you want in this thing that Crow's gonna be in? I can set it up." And I set it up, and in that stream, fucking Crow gets caught in 4K. Now, keep in mind, Crow lies a lot. Like, this isn't the only one, but this is like the one where it's like, you claim that you never saw these images, but here you are acknowledging that these images exist. And then Crow goes into the whole, oh, well, my memory is a little fuzzy. It's like that. Well, that's the thing, Crow. If your memory is a little fuzzy, but you're so sure about these statements and you're passing them on as, oh, I'm very sure that this happened. I can guarantee you. Please trust me, bro. Because that's essentially what he did throughout the entire stream. Like, trust me that there are worse images out here and stuff. It's like, but then that kind of gets fucked up too, because if you're claiming that there are also way more fucked up images, yeah, you're hesitating to call me a pedophile. That doesn't even really, that doesn't work either. So that means, like, you can just tell he's fucking lying, and it's just people wanting to believe him because they just don't like me. Because again, the logs have to be out there. There's just no way Crow is going to just say, oh yeah, there's worse stuff in there, but it doesn't exist anymore, so just believe me. That's fucking stupid. That's dumb. What the hell is that?
This is the one I wanted to pull up. And there was another lie that kind of came out of that stream that I just wanted to touch on this briefly, because it's kind of, you might find this interesting. But in that stream, so it's on Chthonic Echoes, it's the pit number 7 episode, where Crow and TJV are going back and forth. And at one point, it's kind of discussed, and TJV's got a video out there where Crow even brings up this whole thing where he's talking about cease and desist letters just before TJV dips off the stream for a little bit. Well, he says that, oh, I made up the whole thing about the cease and desist letters. It was just leading you on, blah, blah, blah. Well, if that's the case, tell me why there's a post from February 1st, 2014 that everybody can see on stream right now that says TJV falsely accused people, got a cease and desist for his problems, and I didn't do that. And that is a post from Wholesome Crow on February 1st, 2024, before any of this stuff ever happened. So
I what can I say? Crow kind of just talks out of his ass. This is what I mean, man. This is what I mean. Like, the fact that everybody, like Triton and shit, anybody that believed him and hung on to his every word, it's like, it's so dumb. It's like, you might as well be believing people like Jisoo at this point, which is another funny thing in itself, because so the Zero case, I'm not sure if you're aware of that. Are you? How it went?
Yeah. At least some of the information.
19-year-old Zero was talking to 14-year-old Katie, and he was extremely flirty, if you want to call it that. And there was even apparently
some Ice Cube stuff.
Yeah, the Ice Cube. There was talks by his own like account that apparently he wanted ice cubes from her pussy or whatever. And the funny thing about that is that the Zero would be 19 at the time, roughly my age. And what was Katie's age? 14. And Crow defended that shit. Hard body. like extremely bad. Like, because again, Crow wants to be either he's LARPing or he's like there's some dark shit there. It's one or the other. But Crow wants to be, oh, let's give Zero like the benefit of the doubt or something. And it's like, okay, but like why? Because you have a big hate boner for me, or apparently in your words, essentially doing the same thing as Zero, right? To an extent.
Yeah.
So then you're gonna have to go back on that. And it's kind of dumb for you to go back on that since you suck. Like, again, this goes back to him sucking off bigger creators, and this is what he does, and this is how he grows. He did it for technicals. Again, like, you'd have to go back on pretty much all of that shit. But I don't know if you'd want to do that. Probably not. It's the reluctance of somebody I've never seen. TJ pointed this out too, like the reluctance to even call me a pedo when you've described every criteria for that to be the case, right? And this is Comic Crow. This is Crow Judgment, the guy that positively dislikes pedos so much that he'll just freely call people like Flam, Mr. Girl, and even in a fucking stream I found, apparently he called Lyrics one too.
Oh
so
shit!
It's like, yeah,
really?
This is the guy. This is the guy. Yeah, I gave Crow like a heads up in like 24 hours or so. It's been longer than that. Delete the VOD, because this is on his second channel, I believe.
Okay.
And I'm sure, like, the thing is, Crow calls everyone a pedo he doesn't like. Like, there was this one guy called a narrator. He called a pedo for an entire fucking week. Narrator shows up. Narrator gives him like $15. Crow walks it back. Crow says, I believe he did the whole, technically you've never been caught with anything, so I guess you're off the hook, basically. It's like, that's so stupid, Crow. Like, you have no shame. And he played it off as a joke, too.
Oh my god.
It's like, we literally, I believe somebody in that fucking StreamYard said, I can't believe you're like taking that shit back just because he gave you $15.
Oh
and
my
it's like,
god.
I don't know. He's shameless. He's such a fucking asshole. He's so
That
shameless.
is beyond shameless. $15 fucking dollars. Christ, to walk back my whole opinion I had on stream? Shit.
Well, it's like a narrative, because he was just going on and on and on about how narrator's a danger to kids and he's a pedo and this and that. He commissioned a song for Digibro from Steve the Leeb, where Steve just he uses the Digimon rap thing, and he essentially just says Digibro is a pedo. Couple months later, Crow goes to Origami, says, should I be calling Digibro a pedo? Because like technically he never got caught with any.
Oh my
so it's
god.
like he questions himself on whether or not he should do it. And it's like one of the things TJ brought up in the video as well. He's like, he's not even sure about his own fucking opinion on this. And it's like, yeah, I mean, that's like a common thing he's been doing, unless he really doesn't like the person or he feels like a dog pile is appropriate, like with Flam. He felt that. Like, even Aura kind of took, like, what would the word be? He kind of didn't like that either, because, like, the thing with Aura is he would always shit talk Crow behind his back, and Crow wants to act like it doesn't bother him or whatever. Okay, whatever. I mean, if my best man was shit talking me relentlessly with Sen and Steve the Leeb, I don't know, I'd be kind of fucking pissed. For well over a year, yeah, I'd be kind of pissed. But whatever. Crow's above it. But Origami would be like, Crow is such a fucking idiot. Like, there was never anything found for Flam, but I guess he's going to disregard that and just fucking say that he is one, because it's funny, I guess. And that's the thing, though. How the fuck do you hold these standards for, like, Flam? Or how do you get away with saying that, right? When you defend Zero, right?
Yeah.
And your entire defense for Zero, aside from like just calling it cringe or whatever, is saying that you never found the Ice Cube receipt. But Toy Bounty Hunters does this too. You never found that receipt, baby girl. It's like, well, I mean, then like, I don't get it. Like, I don't get how you can hold that shareability for Zero, and then just like anybody else you don't like, it's like that's off the table.
Yeah,
Crow.
I've got some receipts coming up for Crow's A Poor Judgment here shortly, with Toy Bounty Hunter and some things that were said in that stream as well, and the very early stream, the one from 3 years ago on you. But I want to touch on one more thing, really. So there is this narrative put forth by Crow that you had to save the image that was going back and forth in order to share it on Discord when you were going back and forth with Kitty. Did you save that image to any device?
No, I copied and pasted it.
Okay. And that's something that I know you've said for a while, and I kind of want to show chat here. So I'm going to take this image, and you're going to see when I got it on screen right now, I can do copy image, close out of it, go right down here, hit Control V, or could hit paste, put it in there. And if you guys really want me to go just as far, I can go all the way through the fucking Vosh steps, and I'll show you my downloads folder and everything. That shit is empty. Like here. I will pull it up just so that you guys can see it. Cancel browser window. There. That's my actual, like, right now, downloads folder. Nothing saved there. Pictures. The only thing there is my camera roll. I'll open up this folder. It's just some stuff that I was looking at for backgrounds. I'm not worried. Where else? I mean, we can go to documents. Nothing in there. Again, going back to downloads so you can see. The only thing you can see in here is an STL that I got for my 3D printer if you really are that interested. And then a couple other things. So that's all. There's nothing. You can easily do what Sen's talking about. The only way that you can't do it would be on mobile. And that's where I was running into issues, is you can't copy and paste on mobile. But you can do it if you're using it on a computer. So I just kind of wanted to touch on that just to show, because there's a big disbelief that you can't do things.
Is the whole story like you save child porn to your fucking what do you call it? You save child porn to your hard drive or something, and then like something like FBI open up shit?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there's certain things that I'm like confused in the hyperfixation about. Like, does that mean that like if I sent nudes to somebody else, then that's CP as well? Like, because this is one of the things.
I mean, depending on the person, depending on the streamer, especially, that is the case.
Okay, so this is what I had heard from like a fucking I think this was the Craig Beckett case, in fact. So the woman at the time, who was like 17 or whatever you want to call her, I'm not going to call them a child like some people do for like they use a certain words to be like a 17-year-old child, or like a freshly 18.
Inflammatory, triggering.
Yeah, you can just say the teenager in question. They said that they didn't want to go to the police because if they did, they would get fucked for like giving Craig CP technically or whatever. Yeah, so it's like I guess I get maybe the hyperfixation to the extent, but is that their way of saying that, like, oh, we want you to go to jail or some shit? It's like, I don't know, man. Like, kind of, I just don't see it. I get it. Like, I don't know, man.
I will back up my own points. The only time that I've brought it up and pointed it out was probably with the Mama Max situation, and it was involving the second girl. I can't remember her name, not Haley, but the other chick that's in the video from Magnetar, and she basically says like, hey, I was underage when I sent you these pictures. And Mama Max's response was, oh, are you admitting to sending me CP? And I was like, dude, that's suspect as fuck. Okay. Like,
okay, so he used that. Yeah.
He used it, but he used it like to kind of like twist it around at her. And I'm like, well, dude, doesn't that mean you received it? Like,
yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm trying to see if there's anything else. I mean, do you agree, I guess, hindsight, that the DMs contained lolly now that you know kind of more what lolly means?
Yeah, so actually there is, I believe, still a video I made. And this was kind of like a while back. This was, I guess, fresh off of the Prismate Luke thing, where I started like getting subscribers off of that. It was a moist critical video that started seeing people continuously reference moist in this whole, I think it was part of like this lolly debate of sorts, where they would reference moist and they would say that, oh, moist signed off on this shit or whatever. So in the comments when I made the video and I pointed out, like, I think I criticized Moist for that, or I said it was like selective degeneracy when you want to go with somebody for the shit or whatever. And there were some people in the comments that were like, they were saying that the term lolly isn't like predominantly used to describe basically like what do you call it? Like it's not your CP weaponization buzzword tool like they are, like it is in blood sports or commentary or wherever you want to use it.
Yeah.
Which is like, again, to them, like exactly like to them, it's like, oh, what are you talking about? Foreign concept could never be. Then again, you know what was a foreign concept to me? Hearing somebody say to another person that was underage, "You're worth going to jail for." That was a foreign concept to me, but I had to fucking accept that. Apparently, that's not fucking crazy at all.
Yeah.
It's like this is really stupid to try to act like you're above this in any way, shape, or form, because none of you are. Technicals isn't. Commentary isn't. Like, you know.
No, I think
the anime community really isn't either, in a sense, but that's an entirely different argument all in itself, because they always fight with the commentary people over this shit. It's like a never-ending fight.
I think there's a lot of nuance to the situation, and to be honest, I was trying to look at videos and I had a lot of stuff going involving you and the whole lyric situation prior to this.
Well, I actually found it's like, okay, I want to address that real quick, because I feel like this entire thing that Crow brought up from 4 years ago is used as a deflection for the lyrics thing now, or as a new saving grace for the matter.
Yeah.
Listen, man. The whole thing is like, okay, what he did was bad, but look at what you did. It's like, okay, here's the reality of the situation. I have been around, and you have never, ever, even when Kiwi Farms was looking into me, ever seen me fucking parade around liking over 1,000 lollies, whatever you want to call it, safe for work. I know there were NSFW ones there because somebody sent me a new one. That lyrics try to hide. There's another one, and this one's blurred. Don't worry, I made sure they blur it. But it's another one. It's like, my dudes, you really want to give this guy so much charitability. Here's what you really should be asking: if he's gonna shamelessly like these things, like on main in the timeline because he was horny, what the fuck is he doing behind the scenes? There's a reason Lyrics has like 3 fucking Discord accounts. Does nobody know about that? It's either 2 or 3. Does nobody want to bring that one up?
Oh no,
what the
fuck,
didn't know
dude?
That. I always feel like this guy is so guarded, and by people like all these people in small commentary, it's just really pathetic for you to guard this guy and try so hard for something I did. Like, again, mind you, same age that he was. Here's the difference. Lyrics, after learning what it meant and the ramifications of fucking with that type of content, he proceeded to review Eromanga Sensei. Me, I fucking fucked off of the anime community and started realizing how fucked up this could be. And hey, maybe I should exit stage left, because this is only going to get more fucked up, and it's only going to get more fucked up as you grow older. It's like, it's not worth it. It's common, I guess, in the anime community, is, again, Lyrics wouldn't be very comfortable reviewing an anime like Eromanga Sensei if it wasn't like common practice to have these types of events happen. Again, it's like, it seems a little dishonest to say, oh, this one event happened to you. Meanwhile, Lyrics is free to like any lewd up fucking drawing. Everybody wants to play semantics when it comes to Lyrics on whether or not his shit is lolly. I'll show you the newest one where people are like, what the fuck was this guy liking? We need to find more of this shit. And it's like, it's ever growing. It's always something new. It's again, I wish he hadn't deleted his account. As somebody that deleted their account and clearly had something to hide, what does he have to hide then? Like, you know what I mean? It's like,
well, I think you've always had in all of this with Lyrics, I think you've had a pretty solid, like, continuous, I guess I could say, stance on all this, where you've never sat there and called yourself better than Lyrics. I mean, you've even gone as far as...
I called him little bro, because, I mean, look, we have the same controversies or whatever. We obviously both didn't like it, and we were obviously, like, people are like, oh, you think Lyrics is a pedo. No, I think he made the same fucking mistake I did. I think he legitimately was like, I mean, granted, some of his responses are like really sus, but I'll just take that as him being like not knowing how to cope with the thing, I guess. Because one of the responses are so dumb. It's like, you guys think that when you see a cute fucking baby that you sexualize it? That's not me. And it's like, no, nobody said that. What the fuck? Why are you saying this shit? Stop saying that. Don't say that. I would have definitely, if I was him, yeah, I don't blame him for deleting that tweet, but like, holy shit. Like, my entire thing is like, you have no problem demonizing people that you deem to be into child porn or whatever, but then Lyrics, who's like your next top guy, is like technically had a controversy of that sort, which deals and dabbles with the similar content, and he didn't even like technically learn from it until he realized that his new anime channel was a flop. He came back to commentary for whatever reason that might be, and then all of a sudden he knows the rules of the commentary community are like, well, look at what happened with Tipster. So that's just unacceptable. Of course, he's going to take down the video he made about Eromanga Sensei. That's just what it is. If all it takes for him to be cleared of this shit is to say, I was reviewing this to say it was wrong, even though I already knew it was wrong. I'm just going to review this to say it was wrong. And all these idiots just kind of eat it up. It's like, is that not what I'm saying? I didn't know it was wrong because it didn't. The fucking term lolly is so broad, whether you want to accept it or not, by many people. Like, again, I don't think people like Nux or any of those sorts of people would just casually say, oh, the lolly over here is this, and that, if they meant it was like child porn or like a child or some shit. I don't think that would be normal, right? It's like, and again, like, if we want to get into the actual images, in some of those images, right? Like, I raised this point and and it was told to be like cherry picking or something. But it's like, you're wanting to say that all these things are prepubescent children or something, because you can tell that's the case, I guess. But then, like, in one of the pictures, they have breasts, and my entire point on that was like, I don't know why, like, would a prepubescent person, have breasts? I'm not aware. Because my idea is that if you're not prepubescent, you're not supposed to have breasts, I guess. But then it's like, no, you're talking about kitty titties now. I'm like, what are these terms? What are you talking about? Why am I arguing this in the first place? This is clearly just set up. Like, I gave everybody an entire week to say whatever they wanted and get their licks in or whatever, because I know they've been begging for it. But it's like, realistically, at that point, it's like, what the fuck is this? What am I doing here? This is so stupid. There's just no point to having like a discussion about this, because you're just obviously just fit. As somebody that hung out with a bunch of Kiwi farmers for about a year, dude, I know when people are fishing and when they're trying to run these kind of stories or narratives,
where it's a lose-lose-lose situation.
Yeah, it's like, it's clearly just set up there to make you, like, I remember Leia something getting really happy when I said that or something. She's like, ha 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 ha, I am abolished of saying that I want a child to be molested. It's like, what the fuck? No, bitch, you said that a 20-something-year-old wanting to fuck a 15-year-old was, just sus. That doesn't abolish you of any. That's worse than any take any lolicon could ever fucking have. Because you're literally saying that a child should be in danger in order for you to even humor the idea that this guy, Connor, was a pedophile. That's fucking stupid. That doesn't you're not abolished of anything. You just have a group of fucking people that don't like me, that think sucking up to you for covering the Lio convoy coverage is a smart idea. Like, is it really that hard to piece these things together? Hello? What the fuck? All right.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised with some of the opinions that came out of that conversation. I thought you were bringing up a pretty decent, like, a fair argument. And okay, so to kind of take it back initially, when I contacted you and I reached out, you had really kind of changed my whole opinion on stuff, and I kind of saw more maybe your position on things when it came to the Chud interview. And I think that is an interview that a lot of people have maybe overlooked for whatever reason, where you actually talked with someone who is probably more team lyrics than probably most people, at least in that upper echelon, I guess you could say that. And I think you got across pretty well that, like, okay, well, if we're going to have opinions on this stuff, isn't it kind of fucked up to sit there and say, this is this, but this isn't? And why are we going to have this hypocrisy on things? And it just so happened that this whole controversy came about during all of that. So it was kind of, I felt, took away from a very good argument that you were bringing forward, where there is a lot of hypocrisy surrounding this word. I mean, even going as far as like, okay, so, you know, Turd Island, we were calling Rev, Broadsword, and Darcy pedophiles for a situation that happened between two grown adults and a kid was in the vicinity. Like, and the kid was not sexually assaulted, so I can't really sit there and say, like...
The funny thing is that the setup I saw for it is that we want to run a narrative that Darcy and Broadsword are into the idea of a child watching them have sex, and that validates our reasoning for calling them a pedo. But it's like, that's so dumb, and that's so slimy, and that's so scummy, and it's like, you can't help but feel like these people are getting done dirty. I mean, that's like my opinion on Broadsword for that. She's a neglectful fucking parent. I don't think that it's a hot take to at least say that. Yes, you're a neglectful parent because you're choosing to give in to your desires rather than be aware, regardless of whether you thought you could get away with it or anything. Like, it's still neglectful parenting. Is it worth calling CPS over?
I think that was
not
a
my
step
decision.
far.
That's not my decision to make. Why would that be my decision to make? And then the moral grandstanding proceeds by that one Spurg from Shot from the Point. If you saw a child get in danger, oh yeah, I can tell you're really passionate and into this by the way you're yelling and the words you're going to be using next. If you see a child in danger, are you not going to do anything about it, Sen? I don't know, man. If I wanted to, I guess I'd become like a fucking police officer. I personally certainly wouldn't be moral grandstanding for W's in chat if I actually cared about the child and their safety, but that's just me. You know,
yeah.
This is a little bit of common sense. If you're gonna go ahead and moral grandstand for W's in chat, a little dopamine rush, please can you tone down the whole, oh, we're doing this for the children. It's like, you don't give a shit about Broadsword's kids. You don't give a shit, because here's what happens after you call CPS. That kid is going to be fucked, because I don't know if these people are actually aware of what happens when CPS is called. You are still pulling apart the kid from their parent, bro.
Yeah. Even
why the fuck would I be
for...
the deciding factor for that because of like virtue on the internet? That's fucking stupid. Not only that, you clearly don't think these people are dangers because you still let them be in the server. You let them put this fucking circus show for everybody, or like the limited 30 people that always come to your shows. The Jerry Springer hour. It's like, don't bullshit me. I know you don't fucking give a shit. Anybody can fucking tell you don't give a shit. And you don't actually think that fucking Rev, Darcy, or Broadsword are pedos. I firmly believe that. That you're just, like, for example, Sailor went out of his fucking way for hours to try to paint me as a pedo. Only for the next day on the Kewman stream, or Queeman, whatever the fuck he is, to literally say, Sen, you're not a pedophile because you're a danger to children. You're a pedophile because it's funny. Oh, wow. This is articulate assistant Sailor over here, buddy. Yeah, like, I'm like fascinated by his intellectual takes, and will definitely take him seriously in the future. This is what I mean. It's like this entire, like, holy shit, man. Like, I don't even know what to say. Like, again, I'm flabbergasted by these people.
Well, and that's where I feel like we're devaluing the word when we bring in stuff like the Darcy situation and start throwing around the P word. And I feel like at the same point too, a reason why I say the whole calling CPS thing, like, really, what are you going to do at this point, is this situation happened 6 months ago. No one in that server could even tell you what day of the week 6 months ago it happened. The only people that could would be Darcy or Broadsword or maybe Rev. And that's if Rev knew what was going on the day it happened. Like, it's just, we're trying to retroactively, just like you said, kind of interfere with the
honestly,
family.
You want to know what I put it as a Slug move. It is, and I don't hate Slug at all. Like, he's, surprisingly enough, everybody warned me this guy was gonna backstab me first and that he's unloyal. He's one of the few that didn't backstab me. But the people with the squeaky clean records like Sailor, oh, that guy was immediately quick to fucking change up. And then his reasoning for the whole thing is like, well, that's before I found out you were a pedophile. And it's like, Sailor, what the fuck? Like, really, bro? And then the next day on the Cuban stream, he's like, oh, it's just funny to call you. And it's like, I don't know, man. Like, that's pretty scuffed. But whatever. Like, the point I'm trying to get across here is like how everybody always complains about Angry Slug. Everybody always says Angry Slug practices life ruination, looks for any excuse to do it. So do all of you. You all did it last night or that night on Third Island. You did it to Reb, you did it to Darcy, you did it to Broadsword, you did it to me.
Yep.
It's like, Jesus Christ, are you guys like not self-aware? Do you not know how you're any better than Slug on like a core level? Like, you gotta be kidding me.
I just I don't think they I don't think they look any further than Pat beyond the in the moment, basically. Like, I don't think they even understand the repercussions of like what they're saying in some of these cases. To like they've devalued the word pedophile, like I said, so far that when you call someone that, I feel like that should be like a target on your back situation. I don't feel like any of the four of you have done anything that would declare you a pedophile. I don't.
Yeah, apparently not even by assistant, dipshits eyes, because like, again, it's so stupid how performative you are then. You're tag teaming me with a Spurg from Shot from the Point, some hillbilly bitch, and I don't even know who the fuck Joe is, to be honest. I think he's Flatley's bitch. That's all I know about him. And it's like, this is so dumb. It's like, you're getting cornered. I'm getting fucking yelled at by a bunch of retards on the internet that I can't do anything about. I'm testing my mental limits, if anything. But realistically, I could have just left when Sailor said, "Why are you here? I thought you didn't care." I'm like, okay. I could have just been like, "That's a really good point, Sailor. Bye."
I thought you were gonna do that for a second. I'm not gonna lie.
I thought about it. I did, but then I'm like, no. I said I was gonna stick it out. I'm just gonna fucking stick it out. Fuck it. Give them this entire week. So then, without a shadow of a doubt, none of you can ever bitch that I quote unquote run or that I hide on anybody else's fucking streams. Like, listen, I put myself in danger, if you even want to call it that. I let myself be cornered, if you even want to call it that, for an entire week. You guys got to do whatever you want. You got to say whatever you want. You got to prove whatever point you wanted. I gave you that. No more bitching from any of you, ever. Because I think that's pretty fair.
So going back to the lyrics thing, I did want to ask you, do you feel like you ever went a little far with like the name position on lyrics, like calling him Liam and stuff like that?
Oh God, it really, I want to say it depends. I don't regret it.
Okay.
I'll agree with one thing. It depends on how mentally there he is. So I'll reveal this info. Origami tried to justify his friend Steve to leave. He's gonna say that it's not justifying because at the end he conceded to me, but he basically tried to justify Steve trying to get my friend Redsky to kill himself by saying, well, it's the same thing you do with lyrics. And it's like, no, it's completely different for a big factor. And that's that Steve DeLeave knew about Redsky's mental condition beforehand, and it's clearly not the same as fucking lyrics. Because lyrics had never even, like, sure, you had little mental breakdowns, left the internet, started acting like a whiny bitch, all this, shit. Never once did he ever show that he was like, like hurt or like, had any types of thoughts that would lead him to that direction. Had that been the case, I'm not fucking heartless. I don't want lyrics to actually fucking kill himself. I wouldn't have done shit. That's a fucking completely illogical way of looking at it, Origami. That's uncomparable. Your friend, Steve, trying to get my friend to kill himself because he knows that, like, he's not, like, like he might have, like, a little bit of a, like, God, I don't know if I can say it, but like you pretty much get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's not fucking comparable at all. But it's like, I don't want Lyrics to kill himself. Like, you know, I goof around about it now at this point. I call him like little bro. I don't think having his name said to him is that big of a deal, considering he posted it on 2 different occasions. And this was when he still had his it wasn't a small, you know, person when he did this either. It was with his Onision video, which fucking blew up, which you can still find. It's unlisted right now, but there is a way to find all the videos that he at least has privated at the moment. I found some of his old Omegle videos. I didn't even use those against him when he was fucking quote unquote trolling, talking to underage girls or something. It's like,
so he tried that play.
Yeah, he did the fucking prank thing for a bit, I guess. Like, I'm just saying that if this was me, I would be nailed to a fucking cross or something. This was anybody else. But this guy, again, he gets the pass on literally everything. He can fucking... Sniper Wolf didn't even get a pass with this. Lyrics is literally hitting on the underage girls on Omegle as a prank. And that's like fine. He took down the videos for a reason, man. It's not a fucking good look.
I found a couple videos that he's either delisted or something like that people have done some re-uploads on, where because I was looking at this from the whole Salvo tipster point of view too, because a lot of people forget that Lyrics was involved with the tipster op with Salvo.
Yeah. I mean, Lyrics did some scuff shit. Like, I'll get to it, but at one point he said a dox on a chat, and his reason for why it wasn't a dox is because that's not the address of the person he was trying to intimidate, I guess. Based off of that, like him just being a jackass and doing shit like that and thinking that it's okay, I don't think it's a big deal. It's not like I'm posting his address all over the place and shit when Soyjack got him. It's not like I'm doing that. By the way, Soyjack did get you, Lyrics. They know where you are now. But it's not like I'm doing any of that shit, right? I could have. That's the thing. You always want to paint me out to be worse than I am. It's like, do I know ways of spreading his docs if I wanted to be malicious? Of course. Again, former Kiwi over here, probably the best. At least in the graduates department of where I was. But I'm like, I'm not doing that. I never intended to do that ever. But since you have no problem with whatever you're doing, defending the group chat leaks with Salvo's, you know, info and shit, and you post the doxes that you're like, tee-hee, they're not actually doxes, don't worry about it. No, I absolutely don't think that going on a first name basis to fuck with him, if it really does, because now I'm under the presumption that it doesn't fuck with him, and he just uses anything he can to essentially make himself look like the victim. Everybody likes a nice little victim. Like the Plague Moth situation, for instance.
Yep.
Immediately, his go-to thing was Plague Moth is pedo jacketing me. When it's like, I don't even think Moth called him a pedo for that. He just said he didn't fuck with that shit.
No, Moth from what I remember, yeah. I thought that was a little sneaky. I'm not gonna lie. The whole like having Moth on immediately afterwards, just because of Moth. Moth's an interesting individual.
To fuck with him, like he legitimately, like the entire thing between me and him is that I don't know why you got so mad when I commented on the Salvo situation and how it was silly of you to just continue to call it a nothing burger. That was what pissed him off initially. Before that, we were cool. Like we followed each other. We had like the same takes and shit. Of course, the same controversy. I didn't point out anything about his controversy. I didn't even care when he lied to me on Michael Alberto's stream when I asked him about Turkey Tom's girlfriend. I said, okay, so you're saying you've never had any combos with fucking Kai or Emily, whatever the fuck she wants to go by.
Yeah.
And he said, nope. That's a fucking lie. He lied right there. I didn't even care that he lied. I just wanted to see if this motherfucker would actually lie if he's put on the spot. And he did. So it's like, I didn't even care that he did that. I didn't even care that he lied to me. I let him go with that. But it's like after a while, over and over and over again, and now you're just shit-talking me because Aiko fucking shit-talked me and stuff. So you're literally going out of your way to try to take any little shot you can. It's like, sure, let's point out how you're like the cool guy that likes these little fucking lollies with the rattles and shit. Okay, Mr. Cool Guy. And again, even at that point, I didn't even point out the loot shit he had. I only started pointing out the loot shit when people try to say, oh, this is a nothing burger Sen. It's not like he was liking NSFW lolly, or, oh, you trying to call this guy a pedophile? And it's like, again, it's just like, no. I was trying to say that the cool guy is not really that cool if he's doing this. He's kind of a bitch. So he should stop trying to act like the cool guy. But if you really want the proof of the not safe for work shit, sure, here's some of it.
Yeah.
And then the whole thing turned into like, oh, you're being evil. You're calling him a pedo now. You're trying to destroy his... It's like, yeah, don't ever listen to like your fan base or chatters, because of the simple fact that they don't know what they want as a collective, or they'll find a way to try to fuck you themselves. Because first it's like, you're not showing enough proof. Now you're showing too much proof. You're trying to make them look bad. It's like, whatever, man. And I'll send you the latest image that, again, I didn't even know he had this either. I get sent shit. And they tell me, did you know he had this? And then I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why did you do this? Like, I so wish that you kept your... I really do wish you kept your Le Rose account up. I really wish you left your OG Lyrics account up, where Keemstar is giving you the little shout out and stuff, which that's still linked to this day. I really wish it. I really do. Because then, I don't know. Who knows what we'd find.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm interested to see, kind of, because I went, okay, I didn't see much with the image. I think there's been a couple blurred copies that have gone around, but the whole sex toy picture that is supposedly like up to now we knew was like one of the worst things that he liked. I was like, okay, how are we gonna move the goalposts for this one? And I will say, I think it's moving the goalposts a little, because given the person and the situation, I feel like there would be plenty of people online going, this is disgusting, this is gross, look at this person, he's a PDF file, or whatever hot word they want to use to describe stuff. I feel like it would just immediately be turned on that. But I don't know, maybe it was because you got the most nuanced person when you were talking to them, and you got Chud kind of does give a bit more benefit to doubt.
Is even he acknowledges that the message or the image in question, I believe he does acknowledge that it fits the criteria to be a lolly. It's just, to him it looks more like a teenager, right? And it's like, again, it kind of goes back to, how the fuck can you tell this, right? And it's like Assistant Sailor, for instance. It's like, well, you should just know. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Whatever. Like, it's just like, you should just know. You're like, what? Okay, whatever.
And I was strongly on the side of that until I recently found this whole the school live thing, where that fucking picture, that teacher looks like they're like prepubescent. Like, not kidding, like 13, maybe 14, if I had to give an age to a picture of an animated person, and they're supposed to be 20. So then it's like, okay, well, this shit's a lot more nuanced than I thought it was.
Yeah, like another thing is that in one of the lyrics, like, there's also the what Doc on the radio called the scantily clad lolly, which is another thing that I assume Chud would probably say, this looks more like a teenager or something, mate. Which is like fair, but again, it's like, at the same time, it's like, that is that not a lolly then? It's, again, like when I said, like, it could be very multiple interpretations to it. It's like, I wasn't joking. Like, you know, whatever. What else? I was gonna say another thing. I completely forgot.
No,
go
you're
on
fine.
If you have anything.
Okay, let's here. I'll go back to these other questions. I think we've touched on the lyric stuff quite a bit. And I think people, like, if they really want to make up their minds about it, they can make up their minds about it. They can go watch the Chud stream. They can watch the streams that you've done on stuff. Because I even watched your video that you did not too long ago, and I honestly think you were pretty tame and upfront about stuff. But so going back to the more recent stuff, so after all the DM leaks, videos, and everything else, was the only thing that really came out of this new video on the Comic Crow channel?
Real quick, I'll show it to you. It's been blurred and censored, but you could pretty much make out what this is, right?
Here, I just wanted to make sure that
let's not bullshitting.
Yeah,
like, this is the shit that I'm talking about, bro. Like, what the fuck?
That's definitely a lot more.
if he's liking this shit in public, what the fuck is he liking behind the scenes? Like, that's the thing. It's like, no, you shouldn't be asking, did you have another slip up, Sen? Because if I had another slip up, I'm pretty sure in the 4 years somebody would have figured it out, right? I'm not casually. I've distanced myself from that shit. It's like, it's so dumb to fucking do this. In my humble opinion, it seems desperate. It seems like a way to deflect from this guy who you want to keep protecting and stuff. Even Crows of Redemption kind of acknowledged it. He's like, Sen, I think people just want to give him the benefit of the doubt because he's a
He's a
better
nicer
person than you.
Yep.
He's a nicer person. It's like, oh god, does that mean that, like, isn't this the Nairo argument then? The nicer pedo gets a sentence? Like, isn't that what you fought against, Crow? You fucking idiot. The nicer pedo gets the lighter sentence and gets to be protected by his community. Oh boy, that's great, Crow. Like, way to fucking destroy your own point that you harped on for like what, a year against commentary. You for your boy Tech and shit. That's what I'm saying. It's like, what the fuck is the excuse for this? I want to know the next fucking excuse.
I didn't show that on stream, just by the way, so that you know, like,
it had to get fucking heavily censored. But that's what I mean. It's like, I shit you not, bro. Like, it was on that level. That's why he shouldn't have deleted it. But again, we never, and I guess to an extent, it's because Lyrics is not fucking stupid enough or brave enough, whatever you want to call it. Maybe the two correlate, to go into a stream of a bunch of stragglers and let them say whatever the fuck they want to him. Maybe he's smart enough to not do that. Because again, realistically, did I have to do it? What did I have to gain by hanging out with the stragglers and shit? Like, nothing. I get nothing out of it. I get nothing by addressing a Leia something or a Lord Triton or any of these other people that want to be somebodies on a Jerry Springer show where they're threatening to fucking call CPS on another guy's kids for W's in chat. It's like, what the fuck is this clown show? Maybe, I don't know. It's just, you see it. It's really,
it's pandering to the audience. It really is. I mean, I can't pander to my audience. Like, I got to do stuff that I care about on this channel, which, like, that could sound fucking stupid as fuck to some people, but I'm not about to sit here and call people words and stuff that I don't believe in. And I'm not about to have or say things that I don't believe in. I've even said it to my wife. Like, I also sit there and won't put shit out there that I don't want made fun of about ever. Like, if I'm not willing to take being made fun about this shit, I'm not going to say it. So I feel like that should be what's fair is fair when it comes to all of these points for different people. Like, I don't think, I'm trying to think of how to say this, maybe a little more politically correct. It's the moving the goalpost that's kind of fucking shitty when it comes to certain people that are, you get up there in a little bit in status where, like, if the same stuff came out about me, I'd be fucking buried and I wouldn't have a channel anymore come tomorrow.
What do you think that?
I think that it's just a matter of, I think this community, I hate using that word, is very cutthroat, and like any edge up that you can find to get somebody's audience, there's a lot of people that are willing to do that. So I think even with the small shit that I pull, like I could totally see someone like, for instance, say Huggy could come along and say, look the fuck shit this guy's looking at, and basically try and take me out. Like, it's not necessarily going to be the bigger people always coming down on the smaller people or smaller people going at the bigger people. I just think that's kind of how it is. So I don't know. Maybe I got a little lost in my own sauce talking about that there, but
nah, that's fine. I get you, bro. I get you. I mean, I can't say I know what to add to that, but I kind of feel that. I vibe with it.
All right. But so with this whole new like leak shit that came out with all the everything that came out on the Comic Crow channel, was the Aura DMs about the plan thing, was that really the only new thing that you know of that came out?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's
Because
nothing that changed. It was all the same shit. Because Crow was given the logs, that held guy ran an account called Kiwi Fruch or something, and they tagged everybody that I guess I've ever wronged at the time.
Okay.
And then that one included Crow, and he basically tried to take all the credit for it, which upset the Kiwis to an extent because they were like, make sure you give credit to your baby brother who pulled this off or whatever. And it's like, what the fuck? All right. But they had the whole, I know people still have the entire logs because Crow was trying to make it, like, he was trying to make it sound way worse than it really was.
He was. And like it was enough that like I wanted to ask you about it, like because he'd said it enough times.
Yeah, and I don't know if he did that purposely. If I knew Crow, probably because he's done it on other people before. Yeah, I don't know, man. He and there's like all the tail signs of it, like, you know, for example, not saying my age, just continuing to say very young people, very young.
Yeah.
Like, it's like he just focused on some very, very interesting words and shit. And it, like, again, at the end of the day, if you wanna paint this photo, that's all well and good. It's just that I think there should be somebody out there to say, well, then why aren't you calling him a pedo? Because he waited until I said, Crow, basically I said, Crow, why the fuck are you making fun of other people's wives and fucking loved ones if your wife is fucking disgusting? And then when I pulled that in, he's like, oh, fuck you, you fucking pedophile. Yep. And shit, that's when it says, oh, there goes your composure. I guess it doesn't take much. And then he's even aware of it. Like, he knows it's coming too, because I start taunting him in the chat and he's like, see, Sen does this fucked up shit. Hey, buddy, we all do this fucked up shit, including you. You wish death on an entire fucking country because you thought it was going to make you look cool in front of a bunch of fucking conservatives, I guess. Whatever, Crow. Like, never mind the fact that you were a hardcore lefty and that's why we fought in the first place. So again, I don't understand where this random 180 conservative grift comes from. But again, he's a very grifty fella. So who knows when he might have had a change of heart, you know? It's like, this guy is not trustworthy in the least. It's comical that anybody actually thinks he's worth a damn.
I think we're going to get into some of the grifting here next, because I think this is where I'm going to get a lot more context on stuff, if you can provide it. So there was something that was brought up in one of your videos, one of your lives actually, that I think plays into this. Can you say what the Munchlax chat or server was?
The Munchlax chat was initially a chat where only me, Gami, Steve the Leeb would frequent and talk. Because the thing is, Crow was marked the not trustworthy person and the person that just talks out of his ass and says details that he shouldn't. As you could see, that was demonstrated on the stream with TJB, because he talked about TJ getting 2 cease and desist, which apparently never happened, but to Crow kind of had a derp moment, and we didn't want those things to happen because, again, like, he was a liability to put it short. So it was just me, Origami, and Steve the Leeb, and we bonded. The thing with Origami, massive simp for his fat wife, decided, and yeah, or I don't care. You want to be a little bitch? Fuck you too. But yeah, Aura and his fucking fat wife and shit she would be the tag along, so he needed to bring her. So then it's us 4 concocting our plans or whatever have you. And I think I brought in Toy Bounty Hunters because I thought it'd be funny. And then Toy Bounty Hunters was there, Origami was there, fucking Kayla was there, his wife, and Steve the Leeb was there, and that was the people in that group chat. And what essentially it was is anywhere from like planning certain things, because everybody wants to talk about the anti-Jared plan. It's like, that's not the first plan you guys have put together. Remember that entire plan for the smear campaign on TJ? That was a thing too. It was that big channel that helped us out with that. Oh, we don't want to talk about that right now? Okay, that's fine. So there's like a bunch of things. We also chat talk, people in there, like commentary. Crow was shit talked a lot in there. Lol. Even at one point, my friend Redsky, as well when he was like the new guy and shit.
Okay.
So stuff of that sort. You know, just generally shit talking, plotting sometimes,
And
stuff of that sort.
This was different from the garbage server, correct?
The garbage server was the gay ops server that a big 1 mil channel decided to make. And what it essentially was is we planned against this other YouTuber named TJ, and it was his server, and that was all that would happen. Like generally shit talking, planning when the videos were going to release on this guy, planning what interviews that you were going to line up. So then at some point there was the interview with his moderators, which the purpose you can kind of guess. Like I said, there's like a lot of things on the internet that happen, or in like the Kiwi farms that are the equivalent of like, you know, like what you would see in the real world, like campaigns, politics, and that shit. And basically what it was is like, let's make TJ's image look really bad for quote unquote falsely accusing someone of being a pedo. Make multiple videos within the span of these days, these select days, drop them at around this time. What narrative are we going with? Like essentially that's pretty much what it was. That was the gay ops server.
Like a smear campaign.
Yeah, pretty much. Some of that sort. And again, there was that one big 1 mil channel. Which I honestly, why do I even care to keep their identity? Fuck them. It's like I don't know if people have ever heard Louis Caliber. He'll deny it. The Louis Caliber, whatever. I mean, he shit talks a lot, goes on monologues for like 3 hours. Really boring guy overall. If anybody is a fan of Louis or is a Banos fanboy, it's not all it's cracked up to be. That's all I can tell you. Trust me, you're not missing much. I say this from experience.
Louis and John were the ones that actually kind of cornered TJV at one point and did a little strong arming of their own, if I understand it correctly.
Yeah, so so John and Louis probably were the closest of like the people that Louis befriended. Probably John, because John was like the ultimate kiss ass for Louis for whatever reason. I once asked Origami why that was the case, and I guess his answer defaulted to like, I don't know, he was a fan, he's a big fan, something like that. I'm like, okay, so it seems kind of gay, but I guess I can kind of get it. It's just when you take into consideration that John is like a 40-something-year-old man with a wife and kids, and is praising this other guy that's a washed-up relic of the past, living off nostalgia, can't even pull in 100 viewers per his streams now on his fucking main channel of over 5 million. No, not even 5 million anymore. 4 million subscribers now.
Jeez.
I don't know. I have the screenshot to prove it though. Like I could literally, I remember making fun. This is the guy that was going on like 3-hour I want to say tirades or like ego trips about how he's better than commentary and how these people are clowns, which is like okay there, or he's better than this and this person. And then I see that fucking small commentary 4K channel at the time, Chris the Narc, has more viewership than fucking Louis Caliber. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I'm kind of laughing about that one, because how the fuck did you manage that, Louis?
Oh my god.
It's like this is what I mean. It's so dumb. It's like, I don't know, man. Like all I know is that if I'm in my age of like 40 something, I'm not going to be praising this guy, and I'm not going to be overlooking how much of a fucking annoying person he can be just because of clout. Like after a point you have to kind of like, come on, like it's not like you have to stop thinking like that. And it's like if Toy Bounty Hunters can't, and he's still super enamored with this guy, I don't know, man, it's a little pathetic.
Yeah, because Toy got exposed for being in messages with, what was it? H2O Delirious, wasn't it? Yeah. And he got exposed by TJV with all that. And I've heard that you had a little bit of a hand in playing within that.
Yeah, okay, so that, which is super ironic, though, for anybody wanting to run the "you're lying to your audience" narrative. It's like, Toy Bounty Hunters did it before anybody. Well, not before, I shouldn't say that. He did it as well, so does that mean... But there was no moral grandstanding about that one. It was kind of just like, "Oh, John, you goofy goober, good, yeah, look at what you're doing here." That's at least how everybody tried to damage control it, because essentially what it was is that John went into a debate with TJV of sorts. He was already taking the necessary precautions to make sure this wasn't going to go bad. Unfortunately, I was in chat and I was being suppressed in John's chat because I wasn't allowed to ask questions after a while. So I switched over to TJ's, and what ended up happening is essentially when I felt like John should have been pressed, I told TJ, which I honestly, I don't even know like why TJ was ever going to take this guy at his word. It was set up as like basically, John, have you had any conversations with H2O Delirious from the past year or recently? Right? No. What happened when he said the past year? He said, "No, I haven't talked to him for a year."
Okay.
That's what he said. That is literally what he said. So TJ, I don't know why he was gonna say, "Oh, okay, I believe you." Basically, he was gonna take him at his word.
Yeah.
Which is extremely fucking stupid. So I tell TJ, "What are you doing? Press him. Tell him you want to see the DMs." And then TJ looks at the chat and he's like, "Oh yeah, Mr. Sen," puts it all on me, of course. "Mr. Sen wants you to show the DMs toy." I'm like, "What the fuck?" Okay, fine. So he tells the toy to, and then I swear to God, you hear all you hear is silence. And then he's like, "Okay." And then like at this point, he takes way too long to just turn on his display. So you can tell something's up because you also hear noises in the background like he's deleting things.
So this is kind of like a Matt Jarbo type situation.
Yeah, it was not good. It was kind of like it was bad. It was really bad. And the Cope Brigade with Kayla and Aura, they were like, "What relevance does this have?" It's like, well, when you hear that, it's like, oh, you guys are just fitting every criteria at this point. What relevance does this have? I don't know. The guy that's been preaching about how he's always honest and how he can call the Delirious case honestly because he never lies and he always tells you the facts is lying about not having any interaction with Delirious for the past year. I don't know. How could this possibly be relevant in any way, shape, or form? Well, turns out that after a while, John deletes everything he needs to.
Finally figures out how to share screen.
Yeah, finally, he finally figures it out. God, this is so cringe. He finally figures it out, right? And there was some more interesting talks. Actually, give me 1 second. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
So yeah, there was also some interesting thing that I heard. Apparently, during the time that John was struggling to put his messages together or something or whatever the fuck he was doing, Louis Caliber stopped streaming on his end on his channel, and then all of a sudden, when you see and you take a peek at John's DMs in his desktop, the person that shoots to the top of the list is Louis Caliber. So there was like a lot of shenanigans going on that it's like, oh, just pretend you don't see that, and it's like, I don't know, man. And then finally, when everything, all the sweeping and the cleaning is done, John is like, okay, well, you see, yeah, that's my bad. I actually did have a conversation. I can actually get you this clip because I think this is the funniest shit ever. And yes, it is clipped as a short.
Awesome.
And you're gonna see it for yourself. But yeah, he's like, yeah, that was my bad. You know, I should have been forthcoming about that. Here it is. It's called H2O Delirious asked for what in DMs. Here, I'll send it to you.
All right.
And in that, you can see Louis at the top, right there, Luke Caliber.
Come on now. Okay. What? Oop. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Have no sound.
I think you got to clip the little thing at the top right.
Yeah, I got that on. I think it's just because I didn't switch sources on my audio. Oh, come on. Let's do... Oh, that's audio. I don't know why I have no sound coming out of it. That's weird. Everything says it should be working. Nothing's muted. Oh well.
Did you try the little button at the top right?
Yeah, because I can click it on for mute and then unmute it. Let's see if it's... Why is it not even showing on my stream? That's what's weird. I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna reopen it. I had some weird tech issues earlier today. Alright. Let's try this again. Browser window. Okay. I got it showing on stream now. It just won't play sound, even though I'd opened up a new tab. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
that's where it happens if you ever want to take a listen to it.
Yeah.
It is legitimately very funny. And
Yeah,
that's
it's just-
when, you know, the jig is up at that point. And then TJ even asked him, did you know that you were lying, basically? Like, did you try to get away with it? And John says, yeah, it's because, you know, like, you could tell what the implication would be there. And it's like, what the fuck, man? Like, that's so
Jesus.
stupid. That's so lame. You just lied straight up to everybody's face. It's like, okay, whatever, dude. Isn't
Yeah,
that like the same
so-
fucking, you know, the same criticism applies to you. And like that was that.
Oh.
The craziest part about that whole thing, though, to be honest, is when you take into consideration that apparently Crow only came out about the information about me because of the John thing. Because
Yeah.
I wouldn't stop bullying John, because I the thing with John is that he was a massive shill for H2O Delirious, whether you want to admit it or not. Now they won't admit it, even though all the signs are there. At least for that, he didn't want to admit it, and he would always cover anything related to H2O Delirious. He would always try to give H2O Delirious the benefit of the doubt, always make him look less slimy than he is. Like when he tried to tone down like the fact that Delirious lied to his fans about spreading this guy's Kiwi Farms, this Omewrecker guy, because he did it on alt accounts and he lied to his fans about it up until he couldn't lie in like the court of law, so he had to come clean about that. And yeah, he just lied about that, doxing the other YouTuber. For
Yeah,
what
it's-
reason? Who the fuck knows?
So with Crow, with this toy bounty hunter situation, I kind of looked into this quite a bit. I'll be honest, because Crow bounced back and forth quite a bit on this whole thing. Basically, he says two different stories. So the first story is that you went after toy bounty hunters on Twitter, which I'm showing on my stream now, and he told you to knock it off. And basically, it kind of devolves into this situation, which, depending on which rabbit hole of these comments you go down, where he is basically saying that you you initially, and then it became you and Chilled, and then it became you Chilled or Redski, and then it became you Chilled Redski or TJV, was
Okay, I'll tell you
doxing
what it is.
John's kid.
No. John doxed his own kid because he's a fucking retard. I'll tell you what happened. No, I'm serious. This guy is so stupid. For somebody that wants to be super protective of their family, they sure love putting their Facebook public, mind you, public, not even private. They love putting their Instagram with their location all over the place. That's how I know it's all fucking bullshit. But here's how it happened. John was fighting some guy named Scott, and Scott was,
Okay.
I guess the argument here was like, as a father, right? Or whatever.
Yep.
So I believe TJ brought it up at some point, and it was like a throwaway question. He was like, is John, I'm assuming John's dad because he's very passionate about this, but I could be wrong. Does anybody know if John's a father or something? So he was like a throwaway question that he asked like that, just to get a grasp of why Toy was, how he can understand Scott, the father's perspective on this.
Yeah.
So then Redski throwaway on the chat says, yeah, he's a dad. That's all it was. That's
Oh
what it was.
my god.
That's what it was for him. And that was some grave sin to Origami, who got mad on John's behalf, by the way, to the point where he started trying to give dirt to franchise for whatever reason. So that was a thing. Origami did that on in John's honor. I have the entire, you know what? I'll fucking, if I can find that audio, I'm gonna publish it. Why the fuck not? My conversation with Aura for like about an hour. Maybe that'll be interesting. Where fucking Aura is basically justifying like whatever with Redski because he's a traitor, because he answered that question. Didn't even do anything besides that, mind you. And then Aura tries to make it like this breach of privacy, and that basically tries to make it sound like Redski owes him and John for certain things and shit. And I don't know. It's just some really convoluted bullshit. But that's what Origami typically is. So we got that scenario going on. And then on a follow-up stream, now keep in mind, I'm still trying to keep the peace between these dipshits, right? Like Origami, for whatever reason, right? You're still like, I still don't completely dislike him at this point. But like, my God, I can't stop Chilled Venom, who is, I guess, invested enough to, like, the thing with Chilled Venom, he kind of has a reason to dislike these people too. Because when he was covering this stupid shit, right, they were so adamant about defending Delirious, or any of the sus people that they defend, mainly Delirious, that they went ahead and they try to bury Chill. Like the typical damage control bullshit. They buried Chill. Louis Caliber was telling me, don't trust fucking Chill, stuff like that. They were technically fucking him over, right?
Okay.
He has his own reason to dislike him. So he would be like, it's even more amplified when he finds out that like he's right or was right about Delirious, because Delirious in his like legal filings for whatever reason decides to call himself an ebephile. So whatever. I mean, I guess he saw no better defense than to do that, but he does that, and people had already known that this, Delirious guy had phone sex with an underage person, right? This is like a well-known fact. In fact, like some people would even put that on the Vanoss crew itself, like that Wildcat guy, Marcel as well, because they essentially what they did is they got this underage fan basically to talk to Delirious, and with the sole intent of making Delirious do a face reveal. Unfortunately, they didn't have the idea that Delirious was going to have phone sex with this fan instead, because they thought that getting a jailbait, which that's what they described her as, jailbait, to talk to Delirious, they thought that was a good idea. So that's what these idiots ended up doing. That's why they're like, should we put it on Delirious? Like, yeah, he had phone sex with like a underage fucking whatever, like, I don't want to say child, a teenager.
Yeah.
Almost turned 18, I guess. I think it was either 17 or 16. We'll just say it's 17 to be charitable. And he's like 20, 24, 25, or 23. Let's just say 23 to be charitable.
Okay.
Because that's the youngest like he technically could have been. So it's like, do we put it all on him? And it's like at that point, some people are just like, why would you do that? No, and this, it's one of those things, right?
Okay.
So Chilled is like, what the fuck? And the more shit that comes out about Delirious, kind of makes it look like he's not, you know, like he leans more on the pedal route, is what Chilled says, essentially, or looks at it as. So because John was one of the OGers that were trying to fucking bury Chilled early on, obviously he's gonna have a distaste for him. And then it begs the question to him, like, Toy, you're a dad and you're like moral grandstanding on a regular basis, but you're okay with H2O Delirious. You have not disavowed him. You try to downplay his bullshit all the fucking time. Why is that when you're a fucking dad? How irresponsible of a father can you be? Which is, it's a very fair argument. It is not a bad argument at all. Crow, you who go fucking ham and do all this fucked up shit and you call women whores whenever you want. You say that this whore defiles the sanctity of marriage. You called Liz a gold digger. You question the relationships of others whenever the fuck you want. Whatever you want to do, right? You get to do all this shit. But this is not a valid argument to you. Like, it's a hella valid argument. Yeah, how is John going on all these streams, making all these streams, trying to craft this narrative that he cares about the children, that he would never, like, allow his child to do this or that or whatever, if he had any, whatever, making references, basically, like, very strong, morally, ethical references and shit, right? Just skating by, telling people that he is a father or whatever. It kind of, like, it doesn't make any fucking sense, and it just looks like more of a grift, and it looks stupid, or whatever you want to call it, because it's like, again, can you live up to this shit when you're defending Delirious still hardcore, and you know that he's done this shit with the fucking teenagers? Not only that, let's add a little more to it. Initially, Delirious, an account that was suspected to be Delirious, which... Fun fact, I know they don't want to bring this up, and they never will. That's fine. I should have recorded Louis Caliver. But Louis Caliver literally gave us the heads up that that account was most likely Delirious. You have absolutely no reason to not think that account was H2O Delirious, because fucking Louis Caliver told us, don't go so hard on defending this person, because I know him, and yeah, that's probably Delirious. And in the fucking account, he's talking to a mother, and he's fucking putting a gun emoji and a baby emoji. What does that imply? And John, oh, good old John, Weasley John. Oh, baby girl, those are just emojis, baby girl. Like, yeah, okay. Hey, listen, father. Hey, John, the father. What would happen if somebody sent that to you, huh? Would that still be just emojis, Dad? Father John?
Well, I kind of wanted to...
These are all valid arguments, you see.
I wanted to get your thoughts with John on one other particular situation. I heard that, so John has it out against this guy, Scott, that's also involved in all this. Is that correct?
Yeah, he did. He went really, really hard on this guy. And,
didn't he have Scott's kid in his server?
He talked to him, from what I understood, from what I could put two and two together. The only way John would have been able to have certain things is if he spoke to him, or because that's also where this situation kind of coincided with whether or not you're in Delirious's DMs, right? Because John got involved. John, for some reason, was going very hard on defending Delirious and Liz and making fucking Scott look like shit. Which, I mean, look, here's the thing. Scott, not the best person, kind of a cringe lord and shit. But then again, none of the people involved, the adults, were really the good people or the good guys. There was no real good person. And if you take into account that Delirious, you know, is, in his words, an ebephile, that's not a good environment either.
No.
You know, so why John is going so gung-ho on fucking burying Scott, just like he did with that Omwrecker fella, and he's just completely giving Delirious the pass to look like a saint. That's where it kind of like kicked off there. It's like, John, what the fuck are you doing? Like, this is so obviously you damage controlling for this guy, trying to neglect or trying to put away any horrible thing that he's done. You're not even calling it down the middle. Like, what the fuck? You're not even trying to call it down the middle. You're not even going to say that both of these people suck. You're not going to say that Liz and Delirious suck, but you'd rather see fucking Scott with them at least. And at the time, there was really no reason to be saying that or pulling that. But that's where it's like speculated that, yeah, John was getting info from Scott's kids Scott's kid. That's the only way it could have been. John didn't specify his source when he got secret audio that there's only a select amount of people that could have had that audio.
I was going to say, because there was some privately leaked stuff, I guess, on Scott's end. Like, yes, it was leaked to a group of people that was very narrow.
I believe it was in his private Facebook, maybe, or private or protected Twitter account at the time. That would mean that only select few people that were following Scott on those would have been able to get those little bits of audio. The thing is, the reason Scott posted it initially was, I forgot the reason, but it wasn't nefarious. It was, I think, to prove something of some sort. I don't exactly
I want to say
remember.
It was.
But the thing to note is that, like, yeah, it's well, who else could it be? Just narrow down the amounts of people it could be. And Delirious would be at the list, I guess Liz. But then again, when Scott's kids started making like an appearance and started being in these live streams and talking and shit and being a part of the actual drama, if you want to call it, that was going on, then that's like, oh yeah, it definitely can be this guy. Because like he doesn't sound like he's stupid. You know, he sounds like he's pretty well put together. It looked like he was like taking more so his mother's side than his father. So again, you can easily put this 2 and 2 together. It's just John wouldn't be forthcoming to tell you about that, and that's the thing with the audio and shit, the hidden audio that got uncovered and shit.
Yeah, because there was just a couple instances between all this, because I know that, and people were saying that, you know, we're kind of moving the conversation a bit, but all of this comes back around because Crow pinned this whole re-exposing you and everything on this whole situation of you coming after John. And in all the stuff that I've gone through, be on the Twitter feeds and on live streams. So I went through your live stream. I went through Chilled Venom's live stream around the same time. I went through TJV's live stream around the same time. You guys really never said anything to where it would be worth doing all of this. And in hindsight, at looking at things, it looked like that for the most part. At least you, Aura, were kind of friendly up till recently. I mean, you weren't on the terms of...
Me and Aura struck a deal, if anything. Like,
okay.
Basically, his shit was like, he will keep my name out of his mouth, I keep your name out of your mouth. The only thing is that had to extend to his fucking wife, because I don't know, like, because he said so, because that was part of his terms, basically. The thing is, the thing with Kayla May, and Kiwi Farms has documentation of this, I'm sure, at least that thread, right? She has a pattern and history of getting involved in these types of situations because she's a fucking gossip and a drama whore.
Okay.
No, I didn't. Like, she literally helped Steve the Leave get information on Angry Slug's family, and I have those receipts of Aura basically defending his wife and trying to basically say, oh, you know, no, what really happened is that he basically paints it all on Steve to make Steve look like the only one that did anything wrong, and he tries to paint it like his wife was like kind of a bystander. Like, not exactly innocent, but like not worth criticizing and not worth looking into or looking at. It was all basically Steve. Steve's the one that did it. Steve shouldn't have done it, and et cetera, et cetera. So that was a fucking thing. But
this group's got like a fucking history of finger pointing at each other, don't they?
What do you mean?
Like it just seems like there's a lot of like situations where anytime any internal controversy comes up, like for instance, going with the King Asshole thing, like there's a lot of like, oh, look over here and talk to this person, or go look and talk to that person, or, well, we all knew about it and we deemed it was okay kind of thing. Like, there seems to be a lot of like diversion and throwing each other under the bus in certain instances.
Yeah.
Like,
well, it's like, I think for them, it's because they want to, I think Crow, his sole intention, I genuinely believe his sole intention with that live stream was to make him and his buddies or absolve them of anything that would have come out about them and to just try to deflect it all onto me. Because that's the thing. There is a whole lot of shit you can say about Steve Believe, like to this day, right? Whether it's like him trying to get my friend to kill himself because he knows that he's not mentally stable or just doesn't have the best mental health and stuff. Whether it's that, whether it's like Kayla just doing ops on a regular basis or defending pedophiles with Aura, et cetera, et cetera. Like, it just goes all over the place. So I honestly think that Crow wanted to get ahead of the curve and try to look as good as he possibly could, because the next 2 or 3 days or something, he says, "Oh, who is this small streamer that Sen's talking to? I would like to clear the record." He wants to go on Cathonics, right?
Yeah.
So he wants to have a good old time, a good old like, this is going to be a walk in the park for me, kind of time with Cathonic, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, fuck you. You're not gonna let that. No, what? Why would I let you have that? What the fuck? This is the one thing I did is that I hit up TJ, right? Which, by the way, this entire notion that Crow tries to make, TJ, you're talking to a pedophile. Like, you shouldn't be. It's like, Crow, everybody talks to me, okay? You don't actually have an issue with this. It's all the smear campaign shit. You can't even live up to your own rules because you didn't call me a pedo up until I made fun of your fat, oily wife. So again, like, Mr. Consistency here ain't too consistent. So people like Triton should stop fucking believing everything he's saying unless he has like a personal axe to grind with me, in which case you should probably choose somebody better, because Crow will let you down. He's let a lot of people down.
I will say, I think that Triton's got I don't know if he has a personal axe to grind with you per se as necessarily the whole group for some reason. I don't know if he's just wanting to get in Crow's good graces or what.
He probably is, because so he makes a fucking tweet, and Technical is a little bitch too. He retweets that a grand 29 likes from personal beef, because Technicals is a little bitch that can't let shit go either. So he retweets Triton, and Triton's entire thing is that he's gonna show Crow calling, like, insinuating I like to fuck kids, while at the same time playing a clip that Crow says, "I don't think you're a pedophile." It's like, that is the most bad. You guys complained about Nicholas fucking Diorio. That's fucking hilarious. That is rich. Technicals, Triton, Crow. Yeah, Nicholas Diorio is the problem, right? Not the fucking faggots that do the same shit he does, if not even slimier. Sure, for sure, bro. Yeah, literally, Diorio is the issue. Sure, true, so true. It's like, this is the kind of bullshit I mean. They try to pull this stuff. And again, just to go back so that we don't, like, when I'm like, I have no doubt Crow was trying to do this to try to make himself look good and absolve him of anything that was coming out, because it kind of worked. Look at what happened. Everybody hyperfixate on me, not McDaddy, not the actual pedophile that Crow was okay with having as moderator, having as his fucking king asshole, whatever the fuck he was doing on the Crows thing. Not him. That's not what the attention's on. Not any of that. Not Steve just doxing people. Not any. The only person that focused on that was TJ, not Triton. Triton's too busy talking about me for the 50th time. Like, that's why I also think, like, yeah, this was just strictly to deflect everything onto me and make these guys look like they're the good guys, even though they're not. And then fucking retards like Triton or people that have an axe to grind with me will just believe it hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, I could see that.
It's just common shit. It's like, it's not like it's very easy to catch a mile away if you know what's going on.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm trying to see what else. I think we covered that. Oh, why do you think Aura, I mean, we kind of touched on this, but why do you think really Aura decided to betray you or break the whole keep your word or keep my name out of your mouth and I'll keep your name out of my mouth kind of situation? So
the thing with Aura is that it's he's always very sneaky with what he does and what he says. He always makes it so that he could be like, I wasn't involved technically because this, and that reason. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. Triton, I told, ask anybody about McDaddy and see what response they'll give you. Ask them about King Asshole, McDaddy, Connor, and the relation. He goes to ask Origami. Do you know what Origami tells him? If you think this guy's a pedophile, go to the police. It's like, what the fuck? That doesn't answer any of the questions. That doesn't. What the fuck is that, Aura? Oh, go to the police if you think he's a pedo. Like, what the fuck? That's the kind of sneaky bullshit that I don't like. Like, it's honestly, is it smart? Kind of, to an extent. Does it get annoying and tiring after a while? Yes, because it's like you're such a bad faith actor in your own right. Again, like, I think it's fair to say he's a bad faith actor when he harbored this guy for well over 4 years or so, knowing exactly what he felt and did, trying to make defenses for him. He once made a defense. I shit you not. I should be able to get the old logs from Steve the Leaves server. So there's this infamous bit where Steve the Leaves' girlfriend at the time says, Aura, are you a pedophile? Because that sounds like something a pedophile would say. Steve the Leaves' girlfriend at the time was named Danny, and she found out about Connor, aka McDaddy, King Asshole, confronted Aura and Kayla about it. Aura basically tried to make the Christian defense of sorts, where it's like, oh, if you think about it, the 15-year-old could have been like the one setting up this whole thing, right? Kind of shit. He was trying to, dude, I get adding nuance, but then there comes a point where, like, holy shit, this isn't even nuance anymore. This is kind of dumb. Like, when fucking everybody in small commentary is trying to compare what I did at, like, what, 18, 19? Whatever you want to call it, whatever Crow wants to designate it at for his story, or anybody for their pleasure. You want to compare that to McDaddy being 20-something, mid-20s, wanting to fuck a fucking 15-year-old. Like, what the fuck is that? That's such a fucked up comparison, bro. Like, I don't, like, what the fuck? This is the bullshit that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But I mean, to go back to the question without, like, you know, straying too much about it, it's like Aura technically sort of kept his word. Like, he was getting prepped to make a video on me, I believe, and then he said that he canned the idea after a talk. I had heard from behind the scenes that people like Steve the Leave, and I heard Ty, like that gay token guy that's around Crow all the time, McDaddy, Connor himself, they were trying to egg Aura on to, like, come at me because none of them could do shit. So it was up to Aura, like always, to be the one to take out the problem or whatever. He's the smart one. So Aura's all on his feels and shit. I'm guessing, like, people like Connor and Steve are highlighting the fact that I'm pointing out a fact about his wife being overweight, disgusting. And here's the reality, Aura, right? I would tell you if you weren't, you know, quiet after I, you know, what was it that I said? I don't know. I teased you one last time, and I told him a quote. I don't think he wanted to hear it anymore. But here's the reality, Aura. Here's the reality. Your fat wife, your fat, ugly, disgusting wife, you guys want to harp on Karen. You guys know who Karen is. Listen, bro, I'll be 100 with you. I've seen what both of you look like. You guys are in no position to ever be making fun of that shit. Especially not your fat, round, ugly, disgusting wife. And Aura, I mean that, buddy. I mean that with everything. Because I'm not lying. All right? I'm not lying when I say this. People are like, how can we trust you? It's like, you didn't trust me before. I always had the fucking battle to even prove a point that was already established. Like, for example, the Jessica Pizzle quote unquote debate, if you even want to call it that. She said that I made up the thing about lyrics reviewing a lolly incest anime. I proved that I didn't. And then all of a sudden she tries to change the whole thing to an argument about what lolly is, I guess, or like who the main character is and why it's okay to review this and shit. It's like, realistically, I should have fucking left right there, because it's, again, I proved my point. I lied. once because I didn't want shitty people like you guys on Turd Island to call me a pedo, and I didn't want my fans like Dev or Gigi or any of the people you try to weaponize against me to continue to be harassed by people saying your favorite content creator, your favorite streamer is a pedophile. Oh, boo fucking who? What do you guys lie about? Whatever the fuck floats your boat, whatever the fuck can make you look good, whatever the fuck you can moral grandstand about. Like, you know, Sailor, you're a pedophile. Actually, you're just a pedophile because it's funny. It's like, so fucking stupid. That's just one example off the top of my head. I hate how he was so quick to fucking go from like a ball licker to all of a sudden he's like, oh, he's got all that. Okay, buddy. Really? All right. It's like they're so quick to turn.
Yeah.
But again, I lied once for these specific reasons. You guys lie any fucking time you get away with it. Anytime it makes you look good. Anytime like that. We are not the same. All right. That's what I'm trying to say. We are not the same. I'll never be as fucked up as you people are. Ever. Because I don't try to mask this whole moral justice thing for like, you know, because again, if you notice Crow, when he talks, whether it was from the anti-commentary arc, whether it's current fucking day, he always makes these moral arguments. He always leans on morality and he tries to look like the bigger man until the mask slips off. And they're always like, Crow, you're such a good person. You're such a morally consistent. It's like, this motherfucker, he had spelled consistency to save his fucking life. Like, he's so passionate about what he's talking. Yeah, he's just fucking talking out of his ass. It's probably the fucking marijuana making him act up. Fucking hell, man.
I'm sorry, but I still think the funniest fucking moment of all the streams that have come out from Crow and everything recently had to be in the Echo stream, where he's basically, well, I can't say that word right now because my wife's in the room. I just, when he goes on and he was calling you all sorts of names, saying all sorts of shit beforehand and even somewhat afterwards, but could not say the word retard because his wife was in the room or something. I don't fucking know. Like, the fact that he could turn that switch on so quick for just that even like was kind of funny to me. I'm not gonna lie. It just kind of pointed out like his willingness to change no matter who was literally in the room or figuratively was in the room.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I was looking at the fucking docs of my friend that was in your chat.
Oh, yeah, I got rid of that person. I apologize.
Oh, did you figure? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Mysteriously. So, let me put this little fun fact before I address what you had to say. So, the reason I point my suspicions at Steve DeLeave for that is because Steve DeLeave conveniently about, say, a month ago, decided to voice message my friend and say his first and last name or something as like a dox intimidation, I guess. That's why I think like that's probably Steve or one of his like friends like Ruby Violet or Maya Moore. If you ever were around for the Maya, you know, saga and whatever.
As a viewer, I caught Ruby, the Maya. Yeah, the eat my ass, eat my ass. Ruby
was like the one filing the false CPS reports. Maya was the one doxing pretty much anybody in that one secret garden chat with Steve in there. Steve had plausible deniability because he chose to not interact as much in there and pretends he did not see anything. So it was like, is that kind of shit. And again, Steve has always been a better doxer than Angry Slug. I was in the fucking call when he was spamming Angry Slug's docs in the chat of Angry Slug while Slug was trying to have like a fucking shitty workout, which he failed at miserably. But Steve was just spamming it on one of his alt accounts, which is why, again, I think, you know, it's probably Steve DeLeave. There's plenty of fucking instances where Steve is like just saying that he's gonna dox, you know, his ex for getting mad at him, or him getting mad at her rather. There's plenty. Like he fucking named the actual place. There's a ton of stuff. But like Steve DeLeave is a legitimate doxer, which is why I always say it's morally right to say, you know, his first and last name. He's actually allegedly getting sued by like a Scientologist or some shit
Really?
Which is like fine. That would be funny if he did. Yeah. It's some guy. I don't know how that's going along, but yeah, whatever. I think it would be fun. Like, why not? Steve is just too fucking old to be doing this shit. Like, again, 30, 33, 32, 34, whichever. Like, he really gets mad when you mention that his dad left him. Because he tried to put that on his dad. I won't, you know what, Steve, I'll do you this solid. I won't talk about your dad and how he left your mom because, you know, she cheated. Let's not get into that. But Steve, I have no reason to lie about you. I just have the reason to use the secrets you told me against you because I know it pisses you off. But hey, man, hope you're doing well. Just please stop doxing and stalking my friends. I mean, you can go back to trying to stalk and dox me.
And I will say that is something that
I want to prove a point too. Unlike you know, Lyrics, unlike Steve, unlike all these other, I'm not gonna weaponize my first name being used against me. It's like, okay, doesn't matter.
Yeah. I will say you've always had a pretty, I guess one could say, nuanced approach in that, and where you've legitimately challenged people to dox you. Where like, you know, you've even gone as far as to say, look, you know, once you guys dox me, I can finally use my face cam. So I think you've had a pretty firm stance on that for a while.
It must be the Kiwi in me. I don't know.
There was one thing that Crow had said that I kind of was interested in your opinion on it. So going back to the whole Lyrics thing, and I did have one other question when it comes to the Lyrics situation. Crow said that Lyrics is not a threat because he's shown no continued attraction towards minors. But then in that exact same interview, whatever you want to call it, went on to call you a pedophile and everything else. Kind of, how do you feel about that?
Well, it's just Crow being inconsistent as usual. There's nothing really do. And this was this the pit?
Yes, this was the pit number 7. Yep.
Yeah, of course he's not gonna be able to hold it together without fucking 4 people trying to hold his hand. Yeah, I figured he'd have a slip up or two. I just didn't think it was gonna be that fucking bad. Holy shit.
Yeah, he definitely had said that. There was also the whole fact that I kind of wanted to see what you thought.
Also,
just from
Lyrics has had, like, just for the record, for the factual record, people love fact. Yeah, Lyrics has had like 3 instances of this shit. So again, you know, and you know, just to use the words of people that don't like me, imagine what he has behind the scenes. I don't know, man. I don't know what that could be.
Yeah, based off of the message earlier, I'm scared.
Yeah, and it's again, like, you see what I'm talking about. It's like, look, what the fuck? I'm gonna see people excuse it away. I assistant fucking Sailor, that retard, is gonna excuse this away, like he always is. Did you ever, even when the exposes on Lyrics came out, and it was undeniable that it was Lolly that he was liking and shit. Assistant Sailor, that fucking Shaggy clone over there, that fucking faking piece of shit. Oh my god, he's almost as much of a fraud as fucking Crow. He said, I just think Eric should stop being a faggot. It's like, oh really? You're not gonna call him or try to paint him as a pedo, like, for 3 hours? Okay, that's interesting, Sailor. Like, somebody had told me that he wants to impress the big players or some shit. Okay, I guess like the standard for what a big player is now is like 10K or something, maybe less. Okay.
Yeah, I don't, that would probably be below my threshold for a big player in the scene. So I kind of wanted to see what you thought with this whole thing, and I don't know if you maybe noticed this from you were outside the call for a good majority of it on the pit, with Crow on there, and then you came in later on, and then, you know, all hell broke loose. But
yeah, I was outside. So I was
no, you're fine. Did you kind of notice there was a bit of a shift in Crow's demeanor in that, and where he kind of came in and he wanted to like clear the air? He was willing to give Echo kind of this like one-on-one interview, and then it slowly became more and more about Helldivers and being involved in this game with his friends and all that? It kind of seemed to be used more and more for a crutch, for a diversionary tactic, in my opinion. But I just kind of wanted to see if you thought the same.
I think he went in with the sole intention of doing like PR, right? To try to make himself, because if you really look at how he entered this entire thing, or entered like the pit or whatever, you know, he didn't come in with the same energy that he did before. He wasn't obnoxious, you know, he was actually trying to be really nice and you know, trying to look like the good guy, like, hey, you know, I just think that he wasn't, basically what it divulged into, I just think he's not being a nice guy. It's like, okay, buddy. And then he's like, you see what Sen's doing in chat? That's what he does to get a rile out of people. It's like, sure, man, sure. But again, like, your boy Steve tries to get people to commit suicide in DMs. So I don't know. We're not, like, again, if you're going to reprimand me for saying the fact that Crow, wife, fat, ugly, and greasy, and he has no leg to stand when he comes to criticizing other women, that is a fact. It is a fact because you can see it with your eyes. Then come on, man. Are you not going to call out Steve, you know, your buddy that you're suddenly friends with all of a sudden, for trying to get somebody to commit suicide? Like, is that going to be overlooked? Like, come on, man. Like, really? It could be I could be way meaner to you, Crow. Like, you don't understand. I could get people to be way meaner to you. You really, really are, like, man, you're not understanding the gravity of your situation. Right? When I tell you, like, Patrick, you're always wondering, or if anybody ever wonders, why the hell doesn't he care about being doxxed?
Yeah, I've kind of wondered that.
Thing. It's kind of like the Keemstar thing. I heard that, like, Keem started doing all this outrageous shit and not giving a fuck because he didn't really have much to lose anyway. Like, well, I mean, kind of like the same idea, I guess. Like, when, not to sound like depressing or anything, I have the Bruce Wayne lifestyle, you know?
Okay.
But in terms of, like, close, personal, anything like that sort, it's kind of just me. Like, I make my own fun, I chill, like, you know, but there's nothing to lose, if that makes any sense, right?
Okay.
That's why it just doesn't matter. I don't have any fucking restraints. And at the ending of the day, as my friend Huggy would say, I'd watch myself more than, you know, I'd worry about me. Like, to be honest, like, that goes for Steve to leave. I was almost ready to say that goes for Origami and his fat wife, but I told Aura, listen, some people aren't worth hating, Aura. So my hands are clean. Anybody else, that's not my fault. Like, that's basically my way of saying, I'm not going to fuck with you directly, Origami. But if anybody else wants to fuck with you or Kayla for all the stupid shit you've done throughout the years on the internet, no skin off my back. I won't get directly involved in that. You can have fun dealing with that. You've dealt with people that have harassed the shit out of you, kind of. Well, if they want to take it to the next level, again, not my fault. You're not my buddy. You fucked me. And I'm getting tired of your weasel shit. Bro, I don't know, might be a little bit of a different story, depending. That's the main point. Like, it's like that's the point, really.
Okay.
Sorry, I went on a little bit of a tangent.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Like I said, I kind of kept this open, and like, you could talk about whatever, man. But okay, so there's one last question I wanted to ask. It kind of popped up in chat, and I thought it was worth asking. Do you still plan to come out with the video regarding the lolly stuff and lyrics in particular?
Oh, for sure. Why not? There's a lot more to work with now. Why wouldn't I?
Yeah, I would say so.
Like, this is like, depending on what I want. So this entire week, I experimented with the concept of editing a video. It was pretty mediocrely made, all things. It wasn't anything John Swan fanciness.
Okay.
It was just enough. It was just enough to where it's like, it's not the worst thing ever. It took more time, but I had kind of fun doing it. So now that I have, like, footage that I can work with, and I don't think my render is going to die or freeze or anything, it looks like the stability has stabilized. Yeah, there's plenty of shit I can work with, and I can do it in my leisure. I'm not a daily uploader.
Yeah.
I'm barely a YouTuber. Like I said, I feel more like a Kiwi farmer than I do a YouTuber. The reason for that is, like, well, Yeah, I mean, you could probably figure it out. But I'm not really like that kind of an optics guy, or I don't really care to collaborate that much, right? If not at all, because like optics wise, if I didn't really care about optics, I would not be encouraging people. I wouldn't have like this nuanced take on doxing. I wouldn't be saying this shit when Hashish was still around. I wouldn't be like, I don't care about Hashish doing this or whatever.
Yeah.
I'd probably be like everybody else that was reprimanding him and be like, oh, this is horrible. You should not associate with this account. Up until it was convenient to pull up Salvo's, arrest information. Then you could go to Hashish's account. Then Hashish isn't bad, right? Then Hashish is useful, right?
Yeah.
This is kind of stupid shit that I'm talking about. It's like, and then we to some level, like, this isn't even hate, but I'm like, they can take it if they want as hate. I don't give a fuck. Quite frankly, I'm getting tired of like walking in eggshells. But this is not intended as hate. However, like, if we're gonna start making the arguments that like IPs are not doxes, right? And then we got idiots like Peepaw trying to explain away how IPs aren't doxes because there's rarely anything you can do with them. I guess IP grabbing everybody in commentary should be fair game for anybody, right?
I mean, in that same theory, yeah, I would say that.
Like, it's the rules that these people try to make and then they can't follow because it's just fucking crazy, my dude. Like, because they don't want Salvo to be a victim and they want to have the ability to have his IP, but in the same breath, they want to make a big deal out of Hashish linking a Facebook account, a public Facebook account, which kind of goes to like the whole, if you publicize this information and you're so reckless and shit, like, what's wrong with you? What is actually wrong with you? Don't, like, you understand? Like, that's like with John, right? He and fucking Origami are putting like, oh, the safety of my kids on Redsky, not John, the neglectful parent that likes to have his Facebook linked everywhere, his public Facebook linked literally everywhere, his Instagram with his first and last legal name, right? That's not who you should put the blame on. I even warned Origami, why the fuck, if your friend cares this much and he's so like he wants to protect his family so much, like you claim, and you want to put this all on Redsky, why the fuck does he have everything set to public? Why isn't he scraping his shit? Why is he still a fucking public figure? Like, that doesn't make any fucking logical sense. And he didn't even give me a logical response. He just gave me this gay circle kind of response. Like, when I first initially asked Toy Bounty Hunters about what makes Omwrecker this bad guy, right, John? I asked him, John, what makes Omwrecker the bad guy? And what he amounted to is this circular bullshit that eventually came to him saying that Omwrecker's the bad guy because he essentially didn't let things go, and he chose to dug up old shit between, like, what, H2O and fucking anybody else that has done sus shit in the Vanoss crew. And apparently that was some evil thing to do, and that's what made him the bad guy, because he couldn't let things go. That's the most retarded thing you've ever said.
It's kind of ironic, hindsight.
That's so, yeah, like, what the fuck, man? Like, these people are not the good guys. They've never been the good guys. Like, it's all been, like, the one thing I was promised is, like, Steve might be retarded, basically, but he's a loyal guy, right? Then Steve stabs me in the back, because he, like, I know people want to have this story that I stabbed Steve in the back. No, he stabbed me in the back. He's always really kind of stabbed me in the back when he was like being really passive aggressive about how like, oh, you're ruining my plans with Maya and shit. And it's like, what? I'm just saying that she's full of shit. Like, Maya lies like a lot, and Steve just let it go because of like an illogical reason that didn't even make sense. Like, if it had like a little bit of logic behind it, I'd be like, okay, at least it's not stupid. But Steve had no reason to defend him or defend her. Like, he didn't even give a substantial reason at all. So it's like, what the fuck is this bullshit, Steve? But he's always went ahead and he took little petty jabs. He went ahead and he was like, he wants to trivialize this as like, oh, it's just because I like the tweet. It's like, no, you were liking several tweets that were false, that were shit talking me, that were like I don't want to say smearing, but they were outright lying about me just because Maya was mad at me at the time. And it's like, you didn't even, your entire reason for it is like, oh, I saw the tweet and it looked funny. It's like, you're such a retard. Like, whatever. And then when I point out the whole age play that Maya did with fucking Salvo or some shit, it's like, oh,
Yeah.
well, you're a pedophile, Sen. Fuck you. And he got really angry. He's like, Sen, shut up, and this and that. By the way, he was going ahead on that Twitter space, and he was trying to rile people up against me in the same space. He was trying to get everybody in that space against me early on before I even joined. They even say, if you go back to that Twitter space, you can even hear them say, well, I'm glad that we can all bond about how much we hate Sen. And that's what Steve was doing. He knew what he was fucking doing. He's not
God.
stupid. He's a crafty little fucking weasel.
I was gonna say, hold on just a second. Apologies. Come on. Sorry, someone was coming back with that same docs thing. I just wanted to get that taken care of. Shit. Now I lost my train of thought. I guess really that's kind of all my questions for everything. Oh, one other thing. Someone had brought up, you kind of, they feel you lied about this your lie about this is the stupidest thing ever. Why did you lie about this? I know you've said this kind of already, but why did you lie for so long about the whole situation?
About the Lollyversy?
Yes. Yep.
So initially I didn't lie about it. I told like it just pretty much anybody what it was or whatever.
Yeah.
And then it was shit. Was it halfway through the thing? I don't remember. I'm gonna assume it was like halfway through my run into commentary and stuff. That's when I started thinking we should lie about this, because anytime there was like a point, like for example, the whole I criticized Augie for like having a mental breakdown about pedophilia one week, and then the next week he was bringing Mr. Girl into panels, and he was trying to be like have these nuanced discussions, I guess, even though like the week prior or whatever he seemed to be really completely anti-pedo, anti the idea of anybody regurgitating any fucked up shit like Mr. Girl has. But now all of a sudden he wants to do the nuance thing, which I thought was like kind of weird, and I pointed it out. And then all of a sudden it was just like the RFC support. It was just like, oh, you're a pedophile, who cares? So I just kind of got tired of it, and I figured, well, if we don't, if they don't have this fucking weird straw man that they always go to. And aside from the fact that also like my fans were like legitimately getting, again, I don't like using this word because I feel like it's lame, but it's like, I mean, what else can you call it but harassment? Like you have random like for example, you see the accounts doxing my friend right now. It's just, stupid shit like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes they would like, I guess like technically dox by posting like Kiwi Farms links about like Crow in them. But also like what else would they do? They just say stupid shit like, oh, your favorite YouTuber's a pedophile, you're a pedophile, stuff like that. So it's like, well, if I do this, I could alleviate that as well as get rid of the straw man argument. So that was it. It was pretty much that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this earlier on.
Yeah, I think you've mentioned it a couple times, even on a couple different streams, but I just kind of wanted to have it out there so that way nobody could say I didn't ask you about it. I'm trying to think of anything else. Is there anything else that you think is worth addressing while I've got you here on stream and it's quiet and you don't have people screaming and shouting in your ear?
I have like a million people calling me a pedo and shit, and then walking it back the next day or the next second.
Yeah.
No, I don't really got anything. I think I've said pretty much everything. I said a couple things on Huggies too. It was a little more amped up back then because it was earlier.
Okay.
But it's essentially like, I appreciate the people that have checked in and stuff, but I would never be as weak-willed as to just give up YouTube, if you even want to call it. Because, like, again, I'm barely. It's just like the topics are just so uninteresting.
Yeah.
Times have kind of changed for multiple reasons, whether it's like on my end or just like I guess the community, if you want to call it that, end. Like a lot of things have changed, right?
Yeah.
So it's not going to be the same as before, and you just grow disinterested as you see allegation after allegation after allegation, repetitive shit that always happens, and some of the times it just slips through the cracks, and it's allowed to happen, like the Shelby Shovel thing, or Max grifting for like 3 years, and
Yeah.
it was so obvious, and yet nobody wanted to say anything because they have to wait for the perfect time to do so, or whatever.
Yeah.
People disregarding things, trying to pin the blame on other people, like stuff like that. It just, you see it so often, you get bored of it after a while, and you want to do it even more sparingly until something like actually gets your attention, and you think like something's worth you're investing some time in. Because at the end of the day, regardless of whether it's like a 1-hour stream, a 2-hour stream, a video you're just casually editing, or just even doing what I do and doing a one take for a recording or a OBS capture, that still takes up time.
Yep. Yep.
It's crazy. Like, the more shit you have going on for you, the less time you have to give. This is a fact of life, which really makes me wonder what half of you motherfuckers are even doing here. When you're like, again, not to talk down too much on you guys, but let's be honest, if you have all the time to do this stupid shit, can I really confidently say you have much going on for you? I'm 23. I'm about to be 24. You guys are 6 years plus older than me.
Oh yeah, I definitely am. I'm over 10, more than you.
I'm not again, like we have people like what I'm talking with, like Leia something, like fucking Crow himself, Steve the Lead, people like that. Even fucking Angry Slug has gone off. Like, did you notice this guy has like gone up? Like, I know where he is. He's telling me, like, he basically, spoiler, he's living his best life right now. He's having a great fucking time. He's been fucking gone.
Yeah.
I know where he is. I know what he's doing. He's having a fun time and shit, but that just like kind of goes to show, it's like, wow, Slug is being IRL more than these people. He's one of the most terminally online people ever, and he's fucking doing things that these motherfuckers, like, they're not really doing themselves. They're just chilling, playing Minecraft with each other. And keep in mind, these are all strangers. You don't know who the fuck these people are. You have no level of investment in them. And especially if you're a loudmouth, like, again, Leroy, you're going around saying, oh, none of you people are my friends. I don't trust any of you. And then she'll play Minecraft with these people in a fucking shitty Discord server. And it's like, all right, I definitely believe you, man. Like, for sure.
Yeah. Hold on just a second. One of my regulars kind of had a question. Said Crow said Sen rebrands because his rep is damaged and to escape situations like this, but Sen keeps his name similar and uses Sen in them all the time.
Yeah, so
what's the reason?
Here's the crazy thing. Okay, so this is one of the things he lied about too when he was talking out of his ass. So my name wasn't even Sen initially. Sen was a nickname the Kiwi farmers gave me. I was Senpai's home, right?
Yep.
I think at one point, which is why I partially don't give a shit about the fucking the first name drop. So I think at one point it was my first name anyway, but it's just like a fancy iteration of it. I think it was like C4L or C41V1 and something like that. Whatever. I didn't get mine. But eventually they were like, oh, we'll just shorten your name for Sen or whatever. So then I just took that name after in fact, it was after the expose that I took the name and I put it on my channel. So if anything, I'm doing the exact opposite. I haven't done these rebrands. The only thing that I changed it to, it was Senpai's home, then it was Sen, then it was Sen is here, I think, and then it was finally Mr. Sen.
Okay.
Those are not rebrands that are gonna make me like, fly under the radar. He's saying, I don't know. I don't.
Well,
close
they
up
were
new
just
channels.
wondering, like why. Well, my chatter was wondering why you keep the Sen moniker in each one. I think it kind of answered that.
I like it. It's okay. It's not bad. I don't mind it. It's an okay name. It's like short, sweet, to the point.
Yep.
That's pretty much it. There's no attempt to rebrand at all. I don't know if Crow's like projecting there. Probably he does that more often than he wants to admit. But I've never tried to escape my controversies in a way where it's like I'm going to completely change my name and persona in order to, just escape it. Like if that was the case, I'd be like that Puddle of Mud guy and just go full on. I'm just gonna use AI from now on. I'm never gonna show anything, and I'm just gonna name myself some stupid retarded thing. I wouldn't do that. That's fucking stupid. Like again, I don't know how else to say this, but none of the. Do I trash talk a little bit? Yeah, I will. None of the losers that interrogated me for the past week are ever going to break my spirit or make me do any self-harm stuff. Like I know that that's more common for you people than you want to admit. You know who you are, but it's not gonna happen for me because when I say I have more going on for me and I'm better looking than all of you and I'm, let's just be honest, I'm sexy compared to all of you. I'm not joking. When I say, like, I'm not kidding, my dude. I'm not kidding. When I say that I have a theory that the entire point of this was to try to make sure I don't have any internet friends. That would be a very good master strategy if I was self-reliant on internet friends like Leroy or something of that sense. Now, don't get me wrong. I like my internet friends. I like G.G. Evans. I like Devenya. I like Gretzky. I like these people. And, I like Slug. And funny enough, those 4 people didn't drop me and feed me to the wolves. So that's good. That's what you could tell you have a real friend. I like these people. They're cool. However, it's not like as if like an internet friend like I don't know, like a Sailor thing. Sailor annoys me more than it like hurts me, right? Like if a fucking assistant sailor who was again licking my asshole for the longest time up until this happened, there's somebody like that just drops me. It's like that's cool. It doesn't really matter. Leroy, I wasn't expecting because I bought into their bullshit. They're like they're the female Crow. They're what Crow would be if he went along with the sex change. If somebody like I don't know, like if a bad wick drops me or something, I'd be like, hey man, that's fine. Do your thing. Be the Canadian we all want you to be. It will the point is it wouldn't really be that much of a hindrance. That's not to downplay what they mean to me, but at the end of the day, I gotta keep it real. A lot of you motherfuckers smell blood in the water and you immediately went at me. Let's be fucking real here. Let's keep a level of realness here. And again, I don't know if people have realized this. I'm quite the charming, chatty guy. I can pretty much strike up a conversation with literally anybody I fucking want, any fucking time I want. So I will never have to wander in small commentary Discord servers and Discord calls to get my fix of social interaction. That's pretty much why it's okay for me. Like, I'm good, bro. What the fuck? You're crazy. You're crazy if you thought you were ever going to make a dent in me. I have people coming up, are you okay? Please don't give up. And it's like, I appreciate the concern. You're cool. Thanks for giving me that empathy. I'll pay it back sometime. But look, rest assured, I am perfectly fine. It's just, I've been a little busy without divulging too much information. And having my hands tied, so to speak. So I just don't have enough time or interest to give to the internet game. I'll still go on these live streams. I went on Huggies today because he was gone for like 4 days or 3 days or something. Slug, like I said, he's living his best life right now. He's having a good time. Nobody else's stream. There hasn't really been any reason to, but that being said, if I want to shit talk on an Angry Slug stream, if I want to shit talk on a Huggy stream, I will do that whenever the fuck I want, however the fuck I want, because I already gave you guys your opportunity for an entire week. Again, for an entire week. I didn't leave. I stood for hours, even though I didn't need to, even though I was tired, even though it killed me to let these, like, some of these people, like, just filthy, disgusting people say what they can say and get away with it. I let it happen for an entire week. I called it Passion of the Sen Week. And it happened. And now it's over. Now we're done. And now, my terms, whenever the fuck I want. If that's not cool for you, well, that's a you problem. But I came into small commentary. I proved what I had to. Nobody had anything to say. Nobody dared say anything. I was called God tier Sen for a fucking reason. Before, you know, then Lily, that's Crow, decided to come in and say, it's time to expose you for truth and justice. And then that's when fucking, you know, people like Assistant Sailor's like, oh, we're going to latch onto this one. And then fucking Leroy, who, by the way, I want to point out the stupidest thing about Leroy. I don't care about anybody on the internet. I'm better than I'm doing this because I care about LB. Wow, you contradict yourself almost as much as Crow, too. Like, what the fuck? That's crazy. It's crazy to me, bro.
Yeah, I see. I do this shit for a fucking hobby, and honestly, I picked it up and I've enjoyed it. It's nice. It's a little filler thing I can do on a Friday night, because Friday night I'm pretty much not doing anything. Weekends I do the stuff with the wife. During the week I work. Like, I get it. I get having other shit to do in your life. The only reason I even know about half this commentary stuff and why I came back in the scene is because I was down with I blew my knee out. And so I was down for 2 years between surgeries and recoveries and all that shit. So I kept listening to everything. I've been listening to all you guys for a long fucking time. And I figured I got enough to say about this shit. I can jump on a microphone and a face cam. But I greatly appreciate you coming out. I had one more question. I do apologize. And this one has nothing to do with any of the previous shit. Again, one of my chatters was wondering what game you were playing earlier.
Playing Overwatch.
Overwatch, okay. Because there's been a couple of different people been in on when I got onto the Helldivers thing, they were like, look, Helldivers is worth it, okay? When I was talking about Crow.
I was hearing that. Yeah. I was hearing the Helldivers craze and all this other stuff. So, like, again, the fun fact about this as well, as you start getting more things to do, you have less time to play games, it turns out. Oh boy. So when they're like, why are you playing a brain rot game like fucking Overwatch? It's just, it doesn't require much and you do goofy shit and you can, like, kill people basically. Honestly, if I had, like, access to, like, a Call of Duty, I'd probably fire that up too. If I was more into Fortnite at the time, chose to download that, I'd probably be doing that as well. It's just one of those games where it's like you get in, do what you got to do, and then fucking get out. Because again, like, you don't really have that much time, bro. It's fucking crazy. Most of the time when I get on these streams too, like with the Huggy thing, I was fucking outside. I'm like, oh shit, yeah, sure, Huggy, I can call in and stuff. But that's I guess another reason why I find it easier to just talk on these people's streams, because it's like, well, I don't have to set up my shit. I don't have to be in my place. I can just do it here, right?
But no, I greatly appreciate you taking the time, son, to come out and talk with me. Like, I really do. And I've held you for way longer than I anticipated to, and I appreciate that so much, man. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem, man. Anytime.
So I'll let you go.
Not yelling at the top of your lungs, calling me a pedophile 30 times just to walk it back. The next
I don't even think I called you pedophile once. Like, look at that. We had a decent conversation, like two humans.
Well, that's what I like. Kind of just kind of wondering. You know, I think I said this in Huggies too, sort of. But it's like, it's so dumb because you either want one or two things. You want to have an actual productive conversation, keyword conversation, or you just want to have a screaming match and you just want to have a reason to call somebody this, or that. But it's like, my friends, for 5 days you did that. Does that not Leia in particular, she was following me everywhere. She was my biggest groupie. She went everywhere I went. And then it's like, why are you here, Leia? Like, she asked me that question. I always had a reason. I'm like, because I want to shit talk people, because I was asked to be here, or because, you know, otherwise I'm running.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why are you here actually? Because this is like the 5th, the 4th, the 3rd fucking stream you followed me on. Holy shit. And
Yeah.
it's like, what the fuck is this? Like, you guys are so stupid. Like, you try to psychoanalyze me. It's like, my God. I'm doing you, like, again, not to be on the narcissism beat, but I'm doing you a favor. You are not doing me any favors. I am doing you the favor. I am making you momentarily interesting for this week, and then you'll all go back to being boring individuals that you are, and that you need to go on this Jerry Springer theatric show for white trash fucking comedy, whatever that might be. I guess it involves calling CPS on people.
Yep.
Total not life ruination, by the way. We're always against life ruination here. We're just gonna casually call CPS on you, Rev, because you weren't awake and you didn't have the hindsight of knowing that your wife was going to be a bad parent. Like, it's like, why are you putting this all on Rev? Realistically, like, you know, like, I would have thought, like, does Rev really deserve all that? Like, again, he's just like, he had no idea. He was getting bits and pieces as things were going on. He even admitted that it was bad. But
Yeah.
you guys just want to fucking torch this guy. You just want to have a fucking reason. And it's like, realistically, what's the running? Like, the running from a bunch of randos on the internet? Like, annoying fucking people? Like these people on the Turd Island? It's like, is that running? Like, what the fuck? Okay.
Yeah.
It all comes down to like let me again, as long as you're not harming yourself like Jessica, it should be perfectly fine to not want to show up in like a fucking chat full of, I mean, idiots, for lack of a better word, that are just hammering you. Even fucking Burn the World got tired of it, and he was never my biggest fan. He was like, are we going to just circle on the same fucking thing over and over? Yes, Burn, that is exactly what we're going to do, because these people are stupid. And even when they try to ask fucking questions, like logical questions, or like Sailor, the Pretender, or whatever, it just circles back to him just trying to use it as a gotcha.
Yeah.
That's all it fucking is. It's never like you don't legitimately want to understand, which doesn't make any fucking sense either, Sailor, because then on Queeman's fucking stream, you say you're not a pedophile because you're a danger to kids. You're a pedophile because it's funny. It's like, how is that funny? You're fucking stupid. You should be strangled for just that. How's it funny to be a pedophile? You guys are the worst, man.
That's
Like,
fucking
literally.
infuriating to hear. I'm not gonna lie.
Legitimately, it's like the most annoying thing. And then if you don't do the whole, well, you can call people pedophile as a joke. Hey, that's the problem, Sailor. Number one, that's retarded. Okay, all of commentary for that matter, not only just on Sailor, but that's fucking retarded. That's some Spondyle shit. That's some Alex Gekmo shit. You guys, there's a reason why you're only orbiters. You guys are fucking stupid. Number two, you're not saying it as a joke, right? You're saying it because you legitimately want to try to paint me out as somebody that wants to fuck kids, like fucking Crow did. And then you don't want to have the repercussions of looking like the bad guy, because we all know people that cry pedo jacket like lyrics get rewarded. So you push it back, you dial it back a little bit, and then you're like, actually, you know, we don't think you're a pet. We just want to make fun of you. You know, we don't think you're a danger to kids. This is so ridiculous. The fact that this community has any fucking credibility whatsoever is fucking laughable.
Do you think that's why Crow maybe keeps going back and forth on the position, is he was maybe afraid of you maybe throwing the, oh, you're pedo jacketing me argument at him? Like, does he I don't see you as being the person to do that, but I'm wondering if that was his mindset.
I mean, partially. I mean, there's probably a variety of reasons. Maybe that's one of them. And again, yeah, I hate that I'm not the guy that can cry pedo jacket and stuff and be basically a pussy like Lyrics, because then that would be the ultimate hypocrisy, right? For me to call him out for being a pussy, which he gets rewarded for being a pussy, but then I decide to want to be a pussy because I want my rewards, and then I'm just like, oh, you're doing the same thing Lyrics is doing. It's pretty much the easy road. It is easy to do so. It will help in like the mainstream view of things. Right. I never, like, when I pointed out, for instance, in that Turd Island, this is a dog pile, I said it with the strictly like not for victim or sympathy points, just to point out a fact. This is a dog pile.
Yeah.
You guys claim that you don't dog pile. You're doing it right now. I've never seen 4 more desperate idiots that try to make someone look like a pedo. Sailor, K-Huck, fucking Joe, and oh god, I almost forgot Brick was there. That fucking retard. I've never seen 4 people more fucking desperate. Desperation everywhere. And it's like that, and then all of a sudden, well, who says it's like, oh, you're playing the victim, you're trying to be a victim. It's like, no, I'm pointing out a fact. And if that makes me look like a victim, what does that say about you, you fucking idiots? Like, literally, you got 4 idiots, legitimate idiots, that are screaming at the top of their lungs to try to prove a point that doesn't even fucking matter, that's not even there, that they're not even. Did you notice that K-Huck also, that dumb fucking hillbilly bitch, didn't even budge up until I told her, just fucking call me a pedo. You know you want to, basically. Just saying, come on, why are you half-assing this? Really? You want to be the next Xylee so badly? Go off, do it. And then she's like, yeah, it's like, Jesus fucking hillbilly ass bitch, relax. Like, even like I can't blame Queeman for fucking saying this. People, like the women in commentary, are just fucking the worst. And it's like, yeah, they are. This is just like the sad attempt at trying to be Xylee, because the thing is, I think that I saw like a lot of the old women in here, right, in the commentary sphere, saw that, like, let's be honest, Xylee's not a spring chicken.
Yeah.
You know, I call her Abuela for a reason. She's pretty up there in age, but she managed to pull it off somehow. Now all these other, like, you know, old hillbilly or women in their 30s think, I just need to be really fucking loud like Xylee and I could be cool too. Like, Maggot Edits tried this, K-Huck, Jessica, Leia. It's all the same regurgitated shit. Not an ounce of originality from any of you. Same bullshit, boring, bland personalities. Hey, like I said, I made you guys interesting for a week. Now you could go back to grifting the Lyle Convoy situation, pretending like what he did was on any of the levels of the people calling him out, which is like the parallels between that and the Crows is crazy. Because again, the Crows harbored a pedo for how long? 3 to 4 years? That doesn't get brought up. Like, the fact that Crow basically says, oh, you know, Connor, yeah, he's a thing, but I'll be honest with you, he's not a public figure or anything. Like, I mean, I dox public figures in the Aura Archive servers, but disregard that. I mean, I wouldn't talk about McDaddy because he's just not mainstream enough. Not people know him and shit. So it's like, Crow is basically saying, this guy doesn't have enough clout for me to leech off of because he's not a popular pedophile. That I could talk about people like Mr. Girl, who, like, let's be fucking real, has never really done anything with a child if we want to be technical, like Origami or any of the Crows. But fucking Connor, who wanted to fuck a 15-year-old, that guy, well, he's not popular enough, man. I'm going to be honest. He's just not popular enough. Ridiculous.
It kind of goes to that old saying, like, and maybe I'm dating myself a little with this one, but just the pay no attention to the man behind the curtain thing from The Wizard of Oz. Like, that's honestly how I felt with, like, it came to with the whole Connor situation. Like, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain over there. Like,
you know, he's still in the comments. He was in Badwick's comment section, I believe, talking to Maggot Edits. He needs to fucking do a better job of changing his aliases. His name is Elms. He was talking to Maggot. He has a lot of, like, easy ways you can discover him. But that was one of his OG names, Elms. He's talking to Maggot, and Maggot was, like, laughing because I was tearing into Leia. And then Elms comes in, right? And he's like, basically still ass mad that I got him, like, you know, I exposed him and shit. So he's trying to provide a defense for Leia and trying to be like, oh, well, actually, Leia won. Kind of like everybody's trying to provide a defense for Triton and how he somehow won, even though, like, it's like Triton winning something. That's fucking crazy. You would think that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That fucking whole situation. If anybody wants to hear it loud, full chested from me, that was a fucking shit show of a goddamn stream, first of all. Second of all, how the fuck Triton could even turn around and say Triton W at the end of that shit.
Again, it's all who you hate the most, who you hate the least. Triton can't even, like, this is literally a former tipster mod. Fucking Slug's protege. He's not exactly up there. He's a fucking idiot. The only thing he kept spamming was, you're into lolly, which is literally just like the whole thing. It's like,
Yeah.
how do you criticize these? It's like, I don't know, Triton. How did you try to criticize the commentary community for doxing when you were best friends with Hugin in the sector? Probably the same reason I'll give you. Maybe I'll give you a better reason, but check yourself on that first. The thing I hate about Triton is that he tries to excuse away all his behavior. He talks before he has any of the information to get a rile up out of you, which I don't know if he does it intentionally or he does it as like, because he's just fucking stupid, but he does this and has none of the facts, and then at the end of the day, like, he thinks that it makes it better to just slap himself on the wrist really lightly and say, I was wrong. It's like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. You're wrong so much. I wish somebody would fucking sew your mouth together so you wouldn't have to fucking talk anymore, because it should be a fucking crime to let somebody like you run your fucking mouth. Like, Slug is one thing. At least with Slug, he's so fucking hyperbolic, so out there that you can't take it seriously. Triton tries to be taken seriously with all his fucking lies and misinfo. It's fucking disgusting. He's like a worse version of Slug.
You're very, 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 very right for that. I can't even say shit on that. Like, you're 100% on that. Like,
yeah, but remember, they care about misinformation. It's like, yeah, it's funny how the guy that cares or claims to care about misinformation the most does the most misinformation. I don't know.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy.
I'm trying to think. Oh, I did want to ask one other thing. Has there ever, and this is just a clear the air question, has there ever been any other situations with any like similar situations to the lolly roleplay, sex roleplay, whatever the fuck you want to call it, discussion? Have you ever had any other situations like that may ever come forward?
No.
Okay.
I don't fuck with the anime community that much anymore, unless you like I think I got gifted Persona 3 Reload. I don't know if I'll be called a pedophile for romancing high schoolers in the game. I guess maybe that's pedophilic. I don't know. I feel like the problem with playing these games and it's like you really have to like, I guess, reach at that point. It's weird. It's just like what I also feel like it's kind of silly to walk on eggshells for this, like, what is pedophilia, what isn't anymore at this point, when it's like obviously a reach, like,
yeah,
with these sorts of things, at least in this context.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, especially when, like, if you want to give the pass to somebody like Lyrics with the repeated pattern of behavior, it's like I don't understand how you can't give it to anybody else at that point, especially like, again, Patrick, I sent you that fucking the last image of Lyrics that just popped up from his Lozere account.
Yeah,
like that one is that's pretty bad.
That is bad. Yeah, like that's not going to be good when that comes out. I'll be honest.
Well, it depends on who pushes it, right? It depends on who does it, because I mean, look, if I do it, I'd be in the right, but then the straw man comes in. But you're into lolly. And
yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. It's like nobody else was gonna do it, because realistically, nobody else can fucking do it. Nobody else can do it. That's the problem. It's like they can't do it or they choose not to do it. I don't know anybody in that small circle that's smart enough to even try or even get this done effectively. For reference, Pods and the Kiwis tried for years to try to get McDaddy exposed. Took me what, a week, 2 weeks?
Yeah,
to get it done. That's why he's the failed protege. He couldn't do it. The Kiwis couldn't do it. Took me one week, 2 weeks to fucking get it done. Now he has to change his stupid little identity again.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, I think I've asked you honestly everything I could think of. I didn't see anything else pop up in chat. I think we covered everything, man. I genuinely cannot thank you enough for how much time you gave me.
Yeah, no problem, man. Anytime. It was fun combo. Fun combo.
I appreciate it, man. I you know what? If anything, if you ever get into another lolly controversy, give me a call.
yeah, no problem. No
All
problem,
right.
no problem. All right.
All right, man. Have a good night. Well, that's the end of the Sen conversation there. So I hopefully went through, asked all the questions I could think of, and hopefully got a couple questions from the chat in there. Honestly, I don't think Sen's a pedophile. I don't. I think we overuse that term, and just kind of like we showed and what we displayed with Darcy, with Rev and all that. I think that term should be reserved for when we mean it. You know, maybe I'm a little bit of a moral justice person for saying it like that. You know, maybe I'm being a little too PC, but I think that word can lead to life ruination. I think that you know, in this case it's not going to, which is good, because I don't think it applies. I think, you know, Sen did some stupid shit that any young kid, like, and when I say young kid, you know, again, this is coming from an older guy, anyone under the age of 21 can definitely point to shit that they've done stupid shit. Like, I've done plenty of stupid shit. I can go on stream and give you story after story that I did when I was young. Like, stuff that, I don't know, like, I wouldn't put it on the same level as this, but stuff that, you know, should have either gotten me killed, or I was in a stupid situation that I put myself there. Like, you learn and you grow, and I think that's the more important thing here, is that if you do learn and you do grow, like, I don't know, I don't see a whole lot in like holding things to it. And I feel like there's a lot of nuance with this situation, even though, like, I might wish it was black and white, where, like, you know, again, looking at like this picture, like, this is what kind of just changed it a lot for me. Like, when I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, how the fuck do I tell how old a picture is? Even though, you know, you might think that's a stupid fucking thing, but that's literally what we're holding him to here. How old someone in a picture is. And I look up this, and then I'm being told that this individual is 20. The fuck am I supposed to do? Like, I think there's too much nuance to the situation, especially in this situation, to be calling Sen a pedophile. You could disagree with me. I think I put enough information out there for you guys to definitely make your own opinions. But I didn't get to ask how come we started to say people who cover controversy don't actually care about it, and they're projecting it. Did he find to make it? You know, I think if you want to, you probably could catch Sen in probably like a Huggy stream or something like that to maybe ask him that. I don't want to answer for him on that. It goes back to the whole entrapment thing too. Like, some things are pretty bad looking, but think about it. It's an adult. Yeah. And there is that side of it too. Like, I think, you know, I feel like there should be a lot more scrutiny in this situation given to the adult that was talking with a younger Sen. I'm not going to call him a minor. He doesn't call himself a minor. Like, he was over 18. But let's be honest, there was clearly someone around my age talking to a young guy throwing this shit out there. That guy definitely should have known what he was throwing at that kid. Like, again, I say kid in the context of anybody under 21. Like, I truly view anybody in that age set to be a kid. I think I've gotten old enough to warrant that. But, hold on just a second. Just want to read chat. It's back to something. Yeah, I didn't press him on that very much, Grounded. and I maybe should have pressed him a little bit more on that to get some more information about what he was talking about there. But I think based on how he was saying things, I didn't want him to throw out things. I didn't want to hit a dead end in a conversation. I think we were moving in the right direction. That for my line of questioning, I think it fit pretty good. But I would maybe ask send that if you catch him on something. Use pictures of an underage girl, but send in the adult. It's like someone's attracted to the age of person. Exactly. Oh, thank you, Gigi, for filling that in. But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going through reading chat and like I'm kind of getting sidetracked now. It's getting a little bit late and it's been a long freaking day for me. So I know this is ironically a little bit early for what I normally end one of my streams. But yeah, all irony aside, I probably will be going back to covering some Lio Convoy stuff next week. But like I said, it's more so for the furry Nazis in that one that I like to laugh at. But no, I genuinely do want to say thank you. And again, I appreciate Sen coming out and having like an actual conversation with me on this stuff and giving me pointers as far as like, maybe not pointers, additional information on things that I didn't have before. So I really, really do appreciate that. I appreciate you guys being in the chat. Those that weren't doxing people, greatly appreciated that. I apologize that some of that escaped me initially. I was trying to do a couple things at the same time and my brain just didn't click initially. So I apologize in advance. But yeah, so I want to say a thank you to Sen. I want to say a thank you to, all the Sennies out there, who came out and supported and gave additional information. You're fine, Jim. Don't feel bad. But yeah, anybody who wants to come out, I typically do shows Fridays, starting at 8:30 Central normally. I started a little earlier tonight just to try and hash out any pre-stream issues that I may or may not have, and thankfully that worked out in my favor. If you're looking for me, you can find me. I've got my YouTube channel, I've got Kick, I've got Twitch until I get banned on there. Patreon, if you look up Strictly Patrick or Strictly Patrick YT on any of those, you'll surely find me. Big thank you to my Patreon supporter, Jim. And if you guys want to become a Patreon, I try to involve like you guys in like actual stuff as far as like what's going on and topics and things. And, Jim's been a fantastic help as far as like getting me information and filling me in on blanks on stuff. So I do appreciate that too. Jim said he'll have snacks and drinks next time. So yeah, if anybody wants to come out next week and join in on laughing at furry Nazis, please feel free to come out for that. Again, thank you so much to the Senny group, to Mr. Sen. Hopefully I got as many questions answered as I could. And if you have any other questions, I think Mr. Sen said that, this is it. It's Good Friday. So he's on his resurrection arc. So you might be past his prime now. The ship may have sailed, but but other than that, thank you all so much for coming out. I greatly appreciate it. You guys have a great night, and I will catch you on the next show if you're around. Thank you so much again, and have a good evening.